Ladies and gentlemen, please can you stand and welcome His Serene Highness Prince Albert of Monaco. Your Serene Highness, Minister of State, Excellencies, Ministers, Ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, friends of Monaco, thank you. Welcome. I'm Robin Kerner. It's wonderful to see you all here. Great to see you as well. I am also South African, like somebody else that the Prince might know. I now live in Atlanta. I'm a broadcaster, I'm a foreign correspondent and speaker, and I'm very honored to be here throughout the day to have some engaging conversations with you about sustainability and, very crucially, profitability. So this is a very special year for the Monaco Blue Initiative. It's nearly 3 months until the UN Ocean Conference, as well as the Monaco Blue Economy and Finance Forum. Also want to thank Rolex for sponsoring this event and for being such great friends of the event. So we have the great honor of having His Serene Highness Prince Albert of Monaco with us today. Your Highness, thank you very much for your presence here and your leadership on these very important issues. We're also privileged to have a room full of fascinating and interesting people, so I would like to acknowledge a lot of you who are sitting here today. Mrs. Isabel Berra Amadei, the Interim Minister of State, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Cooperation from Monaco. His Excellency Bernard Frutter, Plenipotentiary Minister and Special Advisor to His Serene Highness the Sovereign Prince for the Environment. Ms. Céline Dagoni, Minister of Public Works and the Environment, Urban Development. Mr. Pierre-André Cepiori, Minister of Finance and the Economy. Her Excellency Ms. Yvette Lambin-Berti, State Secretary at the Princely Palace. And also, crucially, as I called you last night, the captains of this ship, the co-organizers of the Monaco Blue Initiative, the CEO of the Oceanographic Institute, this beautiful place that we are in today, and also the Prince Albert I Monaco Foundation, and also Olivia Venden, Vice Chairman and CEO of the Prince Albert II of Monaco Foundation. We're also honored to have several high-level guests as well joining us on the floor. I think I recognize some of your faces from last night. His Excellency, Mr. Olivier Pavois-Davor, Special Envoy of the President of France to the UN conference in June. We also have Her Excellency Ilana Said, Permanent Representative of the Republic of Palau to the United Nations. Mr. Kim Sumbam, Deputy Minister of Marine Policy Office, Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries, Republic of Korea. And again, once more, a shout out to the Korean delegation who've traveled far to be here. We really appreciate your presence. Also, I would like to add His Excellency Jean d'Ausonville, the Ambassador of France in Monaco, Manuela Ruossi, the Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary Ambassador of the Italian Republic to the Principality of Monaco, Mrs. Nadia Berger, the Plenipotentiary Ambassador of the Canadian Embassy to France and Monaco, and Mrs. Jessica Hurakayo, the Consul General of the USA based in Marseille. So I'm going to hand over the floor now to His Serene Highness. I don't want to waste any time. Thank you very much, and please join me in welcoming His Serene Highness Prince Albert to speak.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, thank you once again for joining us for this 16th edition of the Monaco Blue Initiative. This gathering is part of a well-established tradition, yet at the same time it is marked by several unprecedented developments. The tradition, of course, is the Principality of Monaco's long-standing commitment to the ocean, so beautifully embodied in this very room of the Oceanographic Museum. Since 2010, this initiative has been dedicated to bringing together a diverse and high-level group of individuals committed to ocean conservation, with the shared goal of addressing the key challenges facing our seas, how we can manage them, their economic importance, their preservation, and their future. What is unprecedented this year is, first and foremost, the international context, one of great uncertainty, with challenges as dramatic as they are concerning. Fortunately, it is also the prospect of several significant ocean-related events in the coming months. Our Ocean Conference in Busan, Korea, the SOS Ocean Summit in Paris in just a few days, and the One Ocean Science Congress in Nice. But above all, it is the upcoming third United Nations Ocean Conference, which will also take place in Nice in less than 3 months. This will be preceded here in Monaco, as you know by now, by a major economic and financial event, the Blue Economy and Finance Forum. In the difficult global climate these high-level events offer not just a fortunate coincidence, but a real opportunity to take action and regain some momentum, additional motivation. Since its inception, the Monaco Blue Initiative has been based on the recognition that cooperation among ocean stakeholders is absolutely essential. Political leaders, scientific experts, and economic players, only by working together can we take effective and appropriate action to enhance both ocean preservation and sustainable management. This equation remains more relevant, I think, now than ever before. And if the Monaco Blue Initiative remains crucial because neither national action, necessarily limited in the face of the vastness of our global ocean, nor multilateral efforts, often complex and difficult to mobilize, are sufficient on their own. Whatever the circumstances, we always need to have active participation of engaged individuals and organizations. We need those who refuse to resign themselves to seeing our ocean devastated by climate change and the biodiversity destroyed. And today, more than ever, I believe that we can count on all of you. To drive this momentum forward, we must rely on the increasingly powerful and effective tools held by economic and financial actors. Economics give us the ability to transform our lives rapidly and profoundly through consumer choices that shape production, transportation, and waste management in line with our aspirations. Finance provides the means to mobilize vast resources, often far greater than those available to states or multilateral organizations, which are frequently overwhelmed by pressing global emergencies. This is why it is essential to approach these issues with both care and determination. The creation of a truly regenerative blue economy, the mobilization of scientific expertise, the engagement of different decision makers in this year's key events, and the preparation for these milestones, these will be the central themes of our discussions here today. We will approach them with a spirit of cooperation and efficiency that has always defined the Monaco Blue Initiative since the very beginning. So, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, our fight for the ocean remains more urgent than ever. Our approach based on dialogue, knowledge sharing, and the exchange of different experiences is more necessary than ever. That is what I hope we will demonstrate through today's discussions. That is why we are here. And I want to thank each and every one of you for your commitment and for those who have stood by us for your unwavering support. The doubt should not discourage us. On the contrary, strengthen our resolve. We must convince those who turn away from ocean preservation to join our fight, because we know that our duty until then is to continue together on the path that we have set. The only conceivable path for the future of our planet, of our global ocean, and for our future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Highness. In case you want to be live tweeting while we're talking, I would like to give tags. It is Monaco, Blue Initiative, and MBI 2025. Just a note for you, Your Highness, just in case you also want to be live. Let's move on and let's get straight, as the Prince said there, to cooperation and efficiency. So I'd like to call up our first panel on the stage to talk about a successful transition from a maritime to a regenerative blue economy is Daniel Hooft, Daniela Fernandez, Bertrand Charon, and Barker Mousset. Please join me. And while they are joining me on the stage, I'd like you all to look up, please. Have a look. Look at these extraordinary pieces of art that are on the ceiling. This building was built in the early 19th century, and each of these scenes depict some amazing feat of exploration by Albert I. And in many ways, please use these as references as to kind of the sense of what we're trying to accomplish and what we're mostly trying to protect. At the same time, look down now, if you don't mind, and on your table are these very detailed documents of the way the day is going to play out. Please sit down. Please sit down. It is going to be informal, and so I'm not going to go through every single biography because all the biographies are there before you, and I know that you'll reach out individually to you'd like to meet them individually and get some work done as well. So let's crack on, and I do want to talk about the blue economy and Dan, because we were chatting just beforehand, and you've got this extraordinarily interesting example, and that is also something I think that is really key to really concrete examples of how solutions can work on the ground. And I'm coming to you first also because we have a great panel that is working a lot in Africa, and one that is a place that I have spent a lot of time in as well. So tell me about what you're doing there.
Thank you, Robin. So what we do, we're in Namibia, and we're there because of this probably the nutrient-richest current on the planet, with a very stable temperature, and so optimum conditions. And basically what we do is we grow these forests of giant kelp, so plants that are 20, 30 meters tall and form a canopy, much like a rainforest, in a very nature-mimicking way. So when you fly over or sail over our kelp forests, you don't see any surface infrastructure, you don't see any buoys. Canopy that extends soon to the horizon, we hope, and all the biodiversity that thrives within it. And so what we achieve multifold. You get carbon sequestration basically from parts of kelp that float away and then with currents eventually end up in deep water, and some of them make this a very long, permanent, blue carbon enhancing form of sequestration. Biodiversity boost, so that you swim in, what will occur to you is the enormous amount of life that thrives there. And essentially this is because you're providing structure and fit all sorts of organisms that live there, take shelter, hunt each other, hide from each other. And that's what we're seeking to stimulate, particularly, for example, the hatchery function, where fish go and lay their eggs in kelp forests. Survival rates of those eggs are 100, 1,000 times higher than floating eggs. And so the ability of the ocean to regenerate from the action of the fishing industry is enhanced quite significantly by these kelp forests. We repeat harvest the canopy, so we have sort of vessels that go through the canopy and take the top. Every 3 months that graphic growing plants. And we turn that biomass into a number of products. The primary one being a bios that boosts plant health, and on its side also has an enormous environmental positive in terms of reducing fertilizer usage, improving soil health, improving yield in chemical fashion. So we really see from A to Z a value chain of providing something that is meaningful, that is profitable, but that is also extraordinary. And I need to stress this because it's not about doing less damage to the environment. We're well beyond that. We need to find solutions that actually help nature restore, both at the beginning of what we're doing and at the end with the end products. We see that nice circular benefit occurring.
Yeah, Daniela, for you, you've come out of the Silicon Valley. You work within sort of the tech world around innovation. Just what kind of new financial model? What works? Is it blended finance? Is it blue bonds? Is it growth capital investing? I mean, how do we get to the nitty-gritty of Silicon to invest in a lot of these great ideas?
Thank you. Well, first of all, thank you so much, Your Excellency, as well, for always leading in this Blue initiative. I think that we all have to ground ourselves in the reality that not only do we have a tremendous opportunity here, shaping and regenerating the blue economy, but we also have a tremendous responsibility because the people in this room are in essence transforming an industry that years was just developed. So I do want to focus ourselves on not only the opportunities, but also the transformative nature of the work that. In terms of how exactly are we going to bring that, $3 to $5 trillion blue economy to fruition, the capital multi-layered. So first of all, philanthropy and early stage investing, they have played a tremendous role in getting a lot of these early stage entrepreneurs. At Sustainable Ocean Alliance, we have invested in over 65 early stage companies that have exactly done that. We've de-risked them, we've enabled them, little to no returns, and just proving the fact that these enterprises could be profitable, but could also contribute to the regenerative blue economy. So that's one side of the capital stack. Then you go into actual VC financing. We are finally in the stage where VCs are backing capital in this space. You need to be able to transform it to be PE and to be able to receive institutional investing. And that's the area in $50 million checks, which we're simply not getting because there's still a lot of risk aversion from major multinational corporations. So what we need collectively as an industry is to de-risk and to get these institutions to understand, again, the opportunities but also the transformative approach that we need to take. Then from that capital stack, we move into public financing, right, and sector financing. So that need in helping transform how we're going from philanthropic capital, de-risking, VC capital, private equity, institutional capital, and then we'll be able to transform industries, right? Because every single industry right now that exists is up for scale and disruption.
Kind of want to go into starter mode, and I think, and founder mode. So it's about going back to the first principles, but at the same time, really working to grow. Bertrand, Sharon, you're involved in aquaculture, which I think is one of the fastest growing. Am I correct? Fastest growing, not just seafood in the future, our own food. Tell us more about that and how it plays into both of these themes that Daniel and Daniela have been speaking about.
Yes, aquaculture is 60% of seafood production worldwide. It's tipped over the 50% mark, and it's earmarked to be, of course, one of the producing sectors, never mind seafood. So our future really lies in the ocean, but what we see, and the reason ASC was born, is that growth of the industry certainly represents many opportunities, but it creates a lot of impact. Potentially, it does, particularly it will. So this is the conundrum that we're facing, is how to grow this industry, how to remain not only sustainable, but in the context of RGE, regenerate what we've lost in the past in the 2000s, say, and after a decade of dialogues following from which the ASC was, one of the biggest impact at the time was the shrimp industry was destroying mangroves, as we all know, like 40 to 50% of mangroves in the early 2000s. And this is the challenge that we're facing. Not only how do we go forward, but how do we fix this? So, yeah, this is just a landscape setting, but, and in the next 10 years, agriculture production, the UNFAO predicts 10%. That's 10% more impact. So let's make those impact beneficial is what we're here to do.
And what's the view where you are, Barka Mousse? And I know that you're focused on policy. How does that play into the expectations, perhaps, of a capital stack and need for growth from Silicon Valley?
Thank you, and thank you so much, and it's a real honor to be here. And before I start, I just want to congratulate Daniel for the recent Namibia, which has seen the election of a female, the first female president of Namibia, and the first female vice president of Namibia. From the Southern African region, I'm extremely excited to see that evolve into a movement across the region. So, just taking a quick step back on what exactly is a regenerative blue economy. At IUCN, we are on the RBE, which builds on data that we have been collating through our huge network of experts. And if you look at the latest IPBES report, and I know Dr. David Obura is in the room, fundamentally, there's no part of the activity. And if my figures are correct, around 66% of the ocean and marine and coastal ecosystems have been transformed in activity. What that means is that we are no longer in a space of do no harm to the ocean, but now we must actively look at harm that has already been caused and reversing decades of not just physical exploitation, but really. So how does that happen? Obviously, the financing tools, engaging various sectors of industry is extremely important, but around which is where policy is critically important. And when we talk of policy, having the right people around the table is, again, also why in our iteration of what a regenerative blue economy is, we insist on not just the ecological transitions, to go to nature-positive transitions, but also the socio-ecological dimension. So a very heavy focus on the ocean-dependent communities of the ocean. And this means engaging with not just local communities, but people from small island developing states, the BOSS. And at IUCN's regional office, one of the initiatives that we have been championing is the Great Blue Wall Initiative, which is for connected change, which is now being piloted in Eastern and Southern Africa, looking at ecologically significant seascape, blue economy, and we hope that this is amplified, not just as a good-to-have initiative, but actually as a gateway for transformation with communities and countries. And how this operates is really, for instance, in Tanzania, we have, with the support of some support to local communities for oyster farming, and it has had a very gendered effect enough to start a secondary business. And Daniela, you mentioned a ticket size of 10 to 20 billion. This is something that women are doing with 10. So the scale is vastly different. At the same time, we recognize that having these small injections does not create, how to actually connect them to broader policy networks. And this is where we are very much looking at system-level change and also creating the momentum for essentially policy, driving policy across the board. Recently, we had what we call the Regenerative Ocean Week, one of the levers for this policy change, and that is science to business frameworks. We recognize that in the region, there are amazing innovators who just need a platform, who just need the connection between what they're doing as research to the different business concepts that need to be applied and breaking down those silos. So extremely insistent on the connections that need to happen and on essentially reframing as one of the pathways that countries can use to transform. And why this is important in the African context is that historically it has been seen more as a sector rather than something that really needs high levels of investment. And just to a final point I want to make on this round of intervention is when we're looking at these different entry points, we're also quite keen to see not just the exciting aspect of the blue economy, which really is very interesting and very important, especially for young people, but there is what we say, there's a lot of businesses in Africa, but too little business. So the depth of the businesses really needs to be looked at. And we also need to be looking at transforming existing sectors of the economy towards nature positive one. That really comes to mind as really the key sector that needs to be transformed into a nature positive one. At the moment, imports, I think, around 6 billion in fisheries products, which is really a missed opportunity when we could be looking at innovations that are enabled by engineering mechanisms that would really uplift and transform the blue economy into around the continent.
You've started the Luder's Blue School to these conversations around local communities and the support, and trying to make sure that there is a circular connection between what Silicon Valley and what local communities need as well. Tell us about that and why that's important, particularly for profitability.
Yeah, I think if you want to build anything, a company or a not-for-profit, we have this concept of stakeholders, which is used, I think. But a stakeholder means somebody who actually has an incentive in something. And that's not just cash, it can be inspiration, it can be it can be ownership, equity, by which I mean a share. It can be employment, and it can be the future. I think these things should encompass all of that. So if you want to run an organization or I imagine a state properly, you need to make sure that everybody in that organization or entity feels. You need to make sure that the neighbors feel carried along on the journey. And you're not going to succeed at all of that. There are always snipers, there are always people who oppose, who dislike the people who are your friends and therefore choose to become your enemies. And you have to live with that. There is no perfection in this. So I think fundamental part of doing business in complicated places which people overlook too much because it's difficult. But it's also the most rewarding thing when you get it enough. And my 2 cents around the school that we set up, so we set up a school partly because we felt that in a small that was the thing that we could contribute to, which was most significant and would get us most broad-based support. We also did it because I have 3 small children, and so the sort of self-interest combined with altruism, which I guess probably makes for the best philanthropy because you have skin in the game. What it's achieved is that you see that you carry along all sorts of people from the town we're in something that is of the long-term future, used with the education of a 5-year-old. It's not a space in which people get polarized about left-wing or right-wing or this or that. It's the future. Engaged in a vision of the future that they can buy into, that's far enough ahead to remove the ego. I think then we're, as humans, able to rise above some pretty great things.
Bertrand, to you, give me some sense of when we talk about this in policy in particular, and I know the Silicon Valley lot are not keen on too much policy and too much regulation, and in many ways that becomes an impediment because of the sort of the knots that sometimes they perceive to be tying up any growth. How do you deal with that when you're trying to set parameters, encourage people to get involved?
Well, my organization works as a voluntary standard setter, voluntary sustainability standards, which the voluntary means that we come where regulation stops in a way. And we've seen some very encouraging view about moving that regulation up regarding sustainability disclosures, etc. But still, there is a gap. And so I don't think to all kind of investors and environments and landscapes in terms of the jurisdictional approach. But I think there will always be a need for people with the ambitions to drive it beyond. Because let's face it, for us to have a regenerative economy that stands the future, we need to be ahead of the curve all the time. So in a nutshell, I think part of what you've asked me about, that means driving and setting standards enough, but that can translate into a value which speaks to investors. And so you know, making the business case for sustainability or RGE, I think that's a key. And transparency to be out there. We need transparency on the data, on the performance at industry, at sector, at national. Without those baselines, we can't really move from, you know, the tragedy of the commons where everybody jumped on the resources, exploited it, and about what was done, how it was done, where we're at now, and where we need to go. And so, you know, this was a lose-lose scenario. We want to bring it and disclose it.
And for you, Daniela, I mean, when you're hearing and listening to folks who are you trying to get a big money out of them, how off-putting need for a lot of policy/regulations, particularly the Americans right now, who have some of the deepest pockets when it comes to this venture growth, and particularly also with innovation. Many people believe that you need to loosen those regulations and boundaries for there to be some sort of to investment. How do you balance that?
Well, let me tell you why I'm very optimistic about the future of our planet. And that's because there are, you know, soon hundreds of thousands of young people that are actually dedicating their life to bringing about solutions in this space, right? They are foregoing traditional jobs, foregoing traditional promotions and titles to you have this phenomenal human capital that is very, they don't have to be convinced anymore, right? That we have to solve these problems. All they have to do is be funded and be scaled. Right? So then you have the human capital aspect. Then you have all the technology that's at our disposal right now, right? Everywhere from developments in AI, the developments in IoT technology, the innovation that's out there is not something that we have to necessarily improve, scale it, because it already exists. And in terms of policy, right? This has to be a multi-sectoral approach, right? Policy is not policy to change some regulations to then allow entrepreneurs and innovators to go in and build those alternatives, right? We saw plastics. A fully sustainable ocean would deliver a net positive of over $15 trillion globally, which is a 15% boost to the GDP globally. And so that's what investors are looking at right now, right? They're looking at all these industries that are up for disruption. They're looking at the value that it currently, in a way that is not necessarily preserving the health of our planet. And they're asking themselves, what is going to happen once we actually regenerate and transform those industries to make it sustainable? Because we don't have a livable planet. We can't do business in it. And it's as simple as that. And we no longer have to be convincing these venture capitalists or investors that the triple bottom line, which at the time back then, was something that was more for philanthropy, is now becoming the norm. So it's not a question about how fast can we as a collective actually unlock that transformational capital, get these entrepreneurs who already have existing solutions that are in market, how can we get them deployed, how can we get them implemented, also play a tremendous role. Where is the shipping industry, right? Where is the fishing industry? How are they not coming to us and letting us know what challenges are they facing? We match make those challenges with the entrepreneurs out there who are solving for those solutions. And so I think that's going to be the capital markets at work, where we these solutions to the challenges and then scale them, because we all desperately need these companies and these entrepreneurs to be successful.
Barker, how do you do that? How do you attract extraordinary talent? The will is there. How do you attract this scale and that investment?
Ooh, big question. I think it's really about channeling the resources that already exist to the right people and in this super year for oceans, there is a huge amount of conversation. Everyone has something to say about the global south, which in biodiversity really are. And yet, I think we are doing a disservice to ourselves by not necessarily centering the stories from, especially related to finance. And I really believe that representation matters and optics also matter. It just occurred to me, how can I converse with this lady who's out here wanting to integrate the African Continental Free Trade Area, but hindered by how, by her understanding of, okay, what is a ticket size? I don't even know what a drop-off is. How do I get from pre-seed to Series A? So the jargon was really in a world where in as much as the awareness around finance, nature positive finance is still have $2.6 trillion locked up in nature negative subsidies. So subsidies that actively expansive marine biodiversity. So having a conversation that really challenges some extremely important. And to do that, there are three levers which I think are quite important. The first is on science. I think it's to start investing and really building the science capabilities in the Global South, in these people who are surrounded by ideas. We really need to take an all minds on deck approach if we are to have even a shot at tackling the climate and biodiversity young people, of women in the Global South. The second lever is, of course, trade, which is African continent. I'm extremely optimistic about the African continental free trade area, and I think there's a huge to actually create pipelines and support women through something as basic as training them on SPS standards. Also, it basically has to do with how we create the synergies and break down the silos between science, policy, and industry, whether it's really creating the regulatory certainty and baking in equity into value flow to achieve this. And finally, I think it's in the last few conversations that we've been having is the biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction agreements. And very often there's a question around, okay, how does BBNJ from policymakers that we are committed to multilateralism, that we are committed to coming to an agreement about 70% of the planet, 70% of the oceans. And the fact that people came together from the Global South, from the Global North, to agree on this, and now we are seeing this uptick on ratifications from the Republic of Korea in the room, who are the latest to ratify. We see this commitment which is ongoing, and there is a commitment to equity baked into the agreement, and there are dimensions relating to capacity building and technology transfer, maritime, which all link back to the blue economy, in my humble opinion. So there is this commitment to be able to build on that, bring people from different parts of the world together, bring people from the Global South to the table, run with it. So there is room for optimism at all levels.
Bertrand, tell me, I know that you factor in terms of, again, trying to get funding into and scalability here is about de-risking the supply chains. And I know you mentioned that a bit earlier. How does it play into perhaps what Daniela is looking to achieve as well?
Well, I think we can join the conservation and restoration investment. We need that business case for sustainability, but if, from a consumer point of view, if you have those various trends, they want sustainability, how much they're willing to pay for it, that's another matter, but reputation counts. For working with the retailers to put some leverage on their production chains to make sure that those value chains are de-risked reputationally wise, because their stocks could suffer if something happened. So we're coming at it from an environmental concern and a social concern point. From another one, still, we can meet on that. And so de-risking supply chain and value chains is extremely important for, I guess, an investor. I don't know that very well, but what I know of it is that they're constantly asking us for confirmation that that is a safe practice. That
I think you mentioned it's about control. You want
well, it's about de-risking and future-proofing, and this is, I guess, what we're all here about. So that corporate sustainability reporting directive in Europe was at the behest of investors wanting more information about industries and extractive industries, all sectors. And so investors need to have some visibility into the future so that they can be, so we can play with that, from different angles, and that's what we're here to do. So we're pushing transparency because also you need that social license to operate when you're a producer, when you're a community, and you get that from engaging with your stakeholders. So, the idea is, there is a need to connect, to measure them, and to have a level playing field where the data is out there, people can measure, we know where we stand now, we see where we want to go. In a nutshell, I'd say, de-risking is future-proofing.
Daniel, I know you wear quite a few hats. Just looking at this from somebody who was in the corporate and now working on this environmental sort of focus on a very local level, what is the one thing that you think type companies?
It's quite different depending on which country you're operating in.
Well, exactly.
So in Namibia, I think we're blessed with being in a short lines. You need to get access to decision makers. It's relatively easy because you'll know somebody who knows somebody else. It's clean, it's straightforward sense in Namibia, which I think is even stronger now with the new president, with some also younger cabinet members. In terms of all having something positive for the country, and you allow obviously people to contribute to that vision, then you'll get allies to get it done. I think a lot of the rich world struggles with an excess of legitimacy, so to speak, which of course comes from a good space, but a part of a bureaucracy and every part of NGOs and every part of society to have a voice in something is enormously stifling, and the unintended is if it's easier to get a new drilling permit than it is to go and do something as dangerous and difficult as doing a seaweed farm. And I think that's not right in these countries who are against what we're doing. There are questions, there are concerns about some of the consequences, sure, but nobody's actually against it. So why is it taking, it's not the job of a bureaucrat to do something new. Their job is to implement what has been agreed at a political level. So it's a space where we understand on the finance side, I think a lot of discussions often forego the fact that if you want something funded, the challenge is that it does have to be, whenever we talk about funding something, the fundamentals of it having to be profitable have to be realistic. And then we can look at what we can do to squeeze the envelope for things that potentially have a great outcome and decide whether they're willing to do this in an unsecured way a little earlier. And you see that happening. They'll not give us a lower interest rate, but they'll give us debt a lot earlier than they normally would. And so we're launching this year, as an example, a blue bond, the first corporate blue bond in Africa, a blue bond, but it's on the Namibian Stock Exchange, not a very liquid stock exchange. I think there are 7 companies listed on it. Instrument like this in a way that can be copied by New York and London, etc. Because let's face it, the finance industry uses jargon to a large extent. I don't think it's always conscious, but to a large extent it's an armor to hide the fact that what they're doing is not actually that complicated. And it's not that. So in finance, people like to copy what's been done before. So blue bonds are not the cheapest or the simplest way to get ourselves funded, but we look to achieve for blue economy players all over the planet and said this instrument, if we design it well, can mean a route to unsecured debt for projects around the planet that is faster and that is structured well. Once you bring in all sorts of impact metrics, that can be, it's a double-edged sword. If you design your impact metric intentions, but without the practicality of looking at it as a businessman, that can be very onerous, very expensive, add 2 or 3 points in percentage points, and that's not what you want to achieve. Then you become less fundable. And so what we've tried to do is to say, let's make blue bonds that are firstly geographically located, are actually tied to a bit of water, so that the tendency of the financial industry to allow green or blue, you can come and look at the bit of water that's funded and see where's the data underpinning the carbon claims, where's the data underpinning the biodiversity claims. And so we hope to set a precedent that can boost blue funding in a very meaningful way. All of that is underpinned by good science, as Borja said, so we have a not-for-profit that sponsors doing very targeted bits of work, filling in all the stuff we don't know. There's an enormous amount we don't know about how blue carbon works. This extraordinary ability of the oceans to regenerate themselves with a bit of help. We see it, but we don't really understand how we could multiply our effect even more. And we do that very specifically with Namibian students who sit in the University of Science and Technology, so that we're creating knowledge bases that aren't always in the global north, so that we have more of a network effect.
So it's that conversation between science, between innovation, between policy, and then of course between offering something tangible in the future. So I'm just going to open it up to the floor now. We possibly only have time because I know that we're going to have our coffee break pretty soon. And I'd love, if anybody, I know we have time for probably, you don't make a statement and you ask a question, and preferably about financial models. And we've got a lot of other topics, as you know, that are coming up, other issues. But I do think these guests have very specific talents and expertise. So the ladies are here if you want to raise your hand, if you have a question about some of these, whether you're interested in blue bonds or anything else, please raise your hand. And I might interrupt you and our guests as well if I feel like we're running out of time. So please don't feel that I'm...
Thank you. Richard Bailey from Tahiti. I have a very quick question for Mr. Hooft. Do you actually have a revenue stream from the sale of the carbon credits, or is the biostimulant the only revenue stream for kelp blue?
The biostimulant is the main revenue stream, so blue carbon is a fairly poorly understood and poorly carbon pathway. And so we're busy with Gold Standard building a methodology. We're about 2/3 of the way through, and I would expect that maybe we would be issuing first carbon credits based on our projects. Those are mostly spoken for by De Beers, who funded a lot of this trajectory. They gave us money to fund that quite expensive bit of science in 2022. And once those mature, I expect them to contribute something like 10% to our income. So it's meaningful, but it doesn't make or break the bank, which personally I find healthy. Erratic, will remain so for quite a while. And so I'm happy that we have a model that is based on real products with a real need for an existing industry, rather than a real product, certainly carbon, but the market mechanism around it, I think we would all agree, is still nascent and may addressing it.
Anybody else?
Just add to that.
Yes, please, go for it.
So the one thing I would also just mention, and not one single financial instrument that is going to solve these problems, nor is there one single solution class that will help us. Big system that we have to think about the spectrum of solutions, all the way from grassroots solutions that are planting mangroves, seagrass, reforesting the ocean, the very, high-tech intensive, very profitable companies, right? So we have to think about how are we going to layer putting into it, not as one single asset class, but as a horizontal way of plugging into every single asset class that currently exists, because we need to solve mangrove reforesting, right? As much as we need to, propel shipping to be, less fuel. Every single asset class that's out there needs to be transformed, and it is up to all of us to plug in and to think about the spectrum and that dedication, and not just talk about it, but actually write big checks that come along with that ambition. And I do encourage all of us, especially to consider making it an annual event, because we definitely are going to require multiple commitments and multi-year ambition to accomplish that. So thank you.
Thank you. Financial models and what works and what doesn't in the spectrum is really key to everything that we're having a conversation about here today. Anyone else who would like to raise their go on. You've got a few minutes. There we go. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, so I'm Rashid Sumaila, University of British Columbia, and also University of Pretoria recently. Yeah, the Serene Highness mentioned collaboration is important. And our moderator also pushed on people who don't want to look at the problems we have. You can see two groups that are actually blocking us, and we need to identify the barriers, right? And you see people who have lots of resources who are using those resources to stop the world from really having a sustainable, fair, equitable world. And you have people who are so poor, they cannot participate because they tell me, Rashid, we are talking about future fish. How about our people who are starving now? So we have to do this problem. We need to find a solution to deal with it. So I'm asking you, any one of you, if you can comment on that. Does this make sense, or what do you think?
So I think that's a great question, because you look at, the fishing industry is much maligned, and we do understand that indeed it's to the extent that sometimes mind-blowing, this industry that dominantly on the edge of the ocean, and you see that 40–50% of the employment is created by fishing factories, you suddenly understand why we do this. So a super complicated thing where you're trying to substitute an extractive industry that everybody knows has limitations with and trying to make sure it isn't just cumulative. We keep the bad and we add the other things. So that's definitely, I think, a very real thing that it flows out.
Bertrand, do you have anything to say? And I think we've just got 2 or 3 minutes. So
all right, well, very, very quickly, I also very much like that question and comment. But yeah, so I think we need to find the win, and oceans need to be sustainably managed, and that includes fisheries. So I think that there is a future where you could have those extract likes of aquaculture also there, but it needs to be done in a way which makes business sense, which is in all those 169 SDG targets in one way or the other, and that includes access to energy. And so, yes, that promise, I think we need to work on that, but it's something that can only be done if we get all the people in the room early on, because if we fail on that, the policies might not go and take into account everybody's concerns. So it's really important to get all those sectoral KPIs and consider that in one holistic kind of framework, you know.
That's brilliant. Well, I think,
I'd just like to add as well, actually on that point that you made, Rashid, is so important. And just, you know, in the region, that disconnect is really us being open to identifying what are the solutions out there. So under the Great Blue Wall Initiative, again, just going back to that example, one of the major projects that we are supporting through the help of FIFEM is on C-Class, which is one of the least talked about. When we launched out a call for proposals, to see more than 200 applications come in from communities who barely speak English or French, but they are really deeply rooted and invested in the ecosystems that they are anchored in. And from that, we want to build up the connection between those communities to actual policy-making levels and provide some level of training, business readiness to those communities to be able to tap into whatever pipeline of support comes their way. So I think the second point to that is, in addition to what Bertrand said about creating win-wins, is we really need to double down on the science of essentially science-minded people, not just scientists, but also people who are willing to invest in the R&D blue economy, and make sure that it's extremely equitable and pegged to industry needs, nature-positive industry needs. On that is, and this is my appeal of UNOC and BEF and the World Conservation Congress events coming up, is again, let's not fail to center the voices of the people who are the custodians of biodiversity upon which the regenerative blue economy is anchored. So, thank you.
Okay. Well, our panelists, you've been absolutely brilliant and a really wonderful way to kickstart the day's discussion. I think a lot of very important points have been made as well. So if you give a round of applause for our panelists, thank you very, very much. You can start. And I think we can start. So basically what's going to happen next, it's time for you all to, there's going to be a photograph outside. So if you'd like to sort of follow the instructions along the way, you can stand up, we can start moving out of the hall, and go. After the photograph there will be coffee, so you can have a much needed shot in the arm on that, and then you'll see me back here for another. So much to you all, and thank you very much to Your Highness as well for joining us.
there's already a chart. Okay. Yeah, wait. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can hear me at the back there, I don't know if you can start moving towards the front and getting your seats again. Thank you. Ah. Great. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't mind starting to take your seats, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we're going to get started in just a moment. Hope you enjoyed your coffee and really took in this extraordinary building, and the view, of course, is just amazing, and looking out onto that horizon. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Thank you very much. We're going to talk now about the Monaco Blue Initiative, of course, but also all the work that we're doing today is going to move forward towards the Blue Economy and Finance Forum, which will take place just before the UN Ocean Conference. And I'd like to introduce our illustrious fireside chatties. I know there is no fire, but we can still sit side by side and chat. So with no further ado, I would like to introduce our panelists, bearing in mind the words that His Serene Highness Prince Albert said this morning, that the fight is urgent, and he really emphasized those words, cooperation and efficiency, and I think I would add to that also profitability. So with that in mind, let me introduce our fireside chat panelists who are going to give us an update. Mr. Poe, Chair of the Blue Economy and Finance Forum, also Chair of the Starfish Mission Board in France, Her Excellency Elana Said, Co-Chair of the Blue Economy and Finance Forum and Permanent Representative of the Republic of Palau to the United Nations and Chair of the Alliance of Small Island States. Also Robert Calcanu, the Chief Executive Officer of the Oceanographic Institute and the Prince Albert I of Monaco Foundation. And last but certainly not least, Olivier Wenden, Vice Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of the Prince Albert II of Monaco Foundation. To all of you, please join me up here on stage. And a reminder to all of you also that you do have your simultaneous translation devices that you can use if you would like. Welcome. Hello all, lovely to see you. Hope you enjoyed your coffee. So I'm going to start with you, Mr. Calcano. Tell us more about this Blue Economy and Finance Forum, and more importantly, how did it come about?
How and why, maybe. So
Yes.
How is quite simple, in fact. When the president of the French Republic, President Macron, decided to locate the UNO conference in Nice, one of the first persons that he was willing to inform was His Serene Highness Prince Albert II. And he explained that one of the reasons why he chose Nice to host the UNO conference was because Nice was very close to Monaco, and that he was willing the Principality of Monaco and His Serene Highness Prince Albert II to be strongly involved and participate in the organization of the UNO conference. So he asked the Prince if he was willing to propose something for that UNO conference. And I remember at that time that we discussed with the Prince and Bernard Fautrier and Olivier Wenden, and I met Olivier Poivre d'Arvor, and progressively we had that idea of creating something on the blue economy and finance. And why blue economy and finance? Because we are working, the Prince is working since 2009-05 to participate and protect the ocean, and I think we had several successes in sensibilization, in involving head of larger, bigger state, in reaching agreement like the BBNG agreement, the Kunming agreement on the COP15, the 30 by 30. But we think that now we need to have actions, we need to have decision, and we need to have big money. That's the reason why we want to involve the corporations and the banks in the system.
Big money. And Olivia, what do you expect?
That's very blunt. Thank you for asking. But that's the core question, I guess. So welcome, everyone. As Robert Calcagno just said, there is a tradition in Monaco for the ocean, as you know, from conservation, philanthropy, but thanks to His Serene Highness, moving also towards impact investment. The Blue Economy Forum the Blue Economy and Finance Forum, sorry, is a very unique event. It will be, first of all, a one-shot. Second, it's a B2B event during which we want to gather and unite financial institutions, sovereign funds, pension funds. We want to bring to the table CEOs of multinationals in very different sectors of activities and promising activities of the blue economy. We want to also bring together very inspiring governments and leaders. And in summary, in a nutshell, to bring together all the relevant stakeholders that want to move forward and accelerate the shaping of a new blue economy. So when it comes to my priorities, and I think we all share these, it will be roughly around 4 pillars, I would say. First of all, and we're very happy that a dedicated event will be hosted by His Serene Highness Klaus Schwab from the World Economic Forum and Ray Dalio. We will gather for the first time ever sovereign funds and pension funds around the notion of blue economy. It's sad to say, we will be in 2025, it will be a first time. Why is it so important? Because when we talk about catalytic changes for the blue economy, we need big money, as Robert Calcagno just said. And they have the dry powder, they have the vision, but above all, they also have tremendous potential to eliminate the barriers when it comes to creating the new blue economy. My second pillar will be a pitch session. We want during the BEF tangible results. We hope to have 0 pledges. We are very tough in this committee to select the initiative that will be selected, but we don't want pledges. We want action, we want results, and tangible actions and coalitions. Therefore, this pitch session will be about the visionaries, entrepreneurs, and business leaders that are currently building the industries of tomorrow, the industries that we need. How will that work? Well, we will select 10 leading solutions, thanks and alongside our friends at the Earthshot Prize, and also with many supporters that are here in the room from the World Economic Forum, Builders Vision, Solar Impulse Foundation, and a lot of them more. But 10 solutions only, covering a very wide span of sectors across the blue economy, from early to late stage as well. But the key point here, and the added value, will be these entrepreneurs will have to present with someone from their cap table. So an LP, an investor, to justify the reason why they put money and why they believe in that solution. Third pillar, which is transversal to the whole forum, it will be giving a stage, a global stage, to scalable, replicable, bankable, and winning ocean solutions led by the public or the private sectors. Of course, we will keep a very strong focus on balancing North and South solutions, but also balancing local, regional, and global financial tools to address that needs. And my last point will be all about the philosophy of the forum, which is very aligned with the philosophy of the Foundation of His Serene Highness. It's really about not signing more MOUs, not creating new, sometimes inactive coalition, but rather to focus on existing partnerships and building impact from day one. I know it's a bit ambitious when you say it like that, but I believe with this strong committee, we are about to achieve that. And let me just conclude by 2 figures to stay on the optimistic note. I think money speaks very clearly today. Ocean investment assets have doubled in just 5 years, according to the OECD. And private ocean sector's investments skyrocketed by 45% in 2024 alone, according to the OECD as well. That's quite an interesting figure to remember. And let me conclude that question by quoting His Serene Highness. This is one of the rare moments in history where doing what is right for our planet aligns seamlessly with the interests of investors.
Olivia, thank you. It actually sounds something really to look forward to. And it really sounds, I think, being ambitious is a good thing in this day and age right now. I'm going to ask a similar question to you, Pascal-Aimé. What are your expectations, particularly when it comes to existing and new funding figures as well?
Well, in line with what Robert and Olivier just said. Eliana and myself have conceptualized a frame for this Monaco BEF, which is basically about one message and 3 deliverables. The message is very simple. A blue, sustainable economy and finance is not a dream. It exists. There is already a lot happening. And Monaco will not be about inventing a blue economy and finance, but about scaling up what has worked so far. That's the line. Now, 3 baskets of deliverables. One, we've selected 200 initiatives, which are not ideas of what might work, but about initiatives that are already happening, that are already financed. And a part of that will be selected to be displayed during the forum. And that's very much in line with what Olivier said about making clear that there are already examples on which we can do more. The second one will be about new commitments, not new ideas, not new dreams, new commitments by a series of actors, whether from business, banking, insurance, philanthropy. And the third one is about looking forward at what should we recommend, the we being the whole stakeholders of the forum, in order to create the necessary stable, usable infrastructures of what a future global blue economy and finance will look like. So that's the plan. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to answer your question about numbers now. This is our little secret, and we keep it close to our chest for the moment. We will answer your question on the 8th of June.
Okay, that's fabulous. And good to see you. I do want to know your vision as well. I won't try and get the numbers out of you either, don't worry. But your vision for the various stakeholders, different roles of people. I know there's this, we talk about this spectrum of people who have some sort of vested interest along the way. So how important are the different states, the private sectors and the philanthropists, and where do you see each one playing a role?
Thank you so much, and that's a really important question. I will say I really enjoyed Daniela's response to the capital stack from the last panel.
It was great, wasn't it? I got a lot out of that too.
It was a great response, but it also really streamlined what is an incredibly complex ecosystem. So just to summarize what she said, there's philanthropy and early stage investors that come in to create proof of concepts. There's a venture capital space that is more focused on high growth industries. We're missing a key component, the $10 to $50 million check sector, and then you have the public capital markets and the private sector that can really drive a lot of the large checks that create a transformational agenda for the ocean economy. So given that that's the capital stack, how do you work within each of those pillars? And maybe I'll give you a few examples, because sometimes we talk about these things and they're hard to conceptualize. So one initiative that I'd like to highlight, it's called the Unlocking Blue Pacific Prosperity Initiative. This is spearheaded by my president. This is an initiative that brought together 22 small island countries in the Pacific that created something to commit to conserving 30% of the blue Pacific continent, and then create sustainable ocean industries that provide prosperity for the people of the Pacific. So this was a vision that was started by the heads of state. Philanthropy came in to support the initiative. So the Bezos Earth Fund committed $100 million to start this. The Jeff came in with $125 million to support it. We've also gotten commitments from the some smaller philanthropies in Australia, and then the Australian government has finally come in to support that. So we have philanthropy catalyzing larger investments by the public sector, and right now we are trying to figure out how we take this, the corpus of this money, and then mobilize the private sector. So we're in conversations with corporates, for example, Walmart, to see if they want to create some public-private partnerships for blue foods. We're also in consultations with some of the investment banks that can drive some blue bond type of instruments to grow that initiative. So it's really something where the public sectors and the leaders have to lead, but they have to kind of structure the process where one feeds on another to catalyze investments into a really transformative initiative. So this UBPP is the largest conservation initiative in the history of the world. The Blue Pacific continent is about 1.5 times the size of the African continent. And so conserving 30% of that is going to be a really big shift for the ocean, but it's also trying to make sure that we shift the extractive industries of the past into more sustainable, regenerative economies of the future. So whether that's sustainable aquaculture, sustainable fisheries, that's kind of the vision that we have, and it's an example of how all these stakeholders have to work together to deliver on that vision.
Yeah, that sounds fascinating. And Olivia, I'm just going to come back to you here just to talk about innovation and how that plays into these conversations that you're having as you plan and prepare.
Well, yes, and let's be clear again here, there's no silver bullet, and we certainly not believe that technology will save us all, and that we should continue to do business as usual. That's clearly not our point. However, I think we went too far in our human activities, depleting the ocean and impacting too much the ocean, that we must also rely, at least partially, on innovation, being technology, or also new ways of approaching the challenges that we face. And that will be the spirit of the Blue Economy and Finance Forum, but to really articulate innovation and financial needs. The backbone of our activity here is to understand that, and we know it here, but a healthy ocean is clearly not a burden on the economy. It is the economy. And that should be the starting point. Healthy ocean equals the economy, full stop. And then when it comes to the innovation fields, and this is clearly something we've also designed through the ReOcean Fund that the Foundation launched in 2023, we have identified very promising sectors of the blue economy for which you can have the win-win situation. So very solid financial returns, but also a positive impact on the marine ecosystems, and that's key. And among these sectors, and they will be very central in the organization and architecture of the program of the forum, you will have sustainable aquaculture. So bear with me a second, but I want really to go into some figures here. Sustainable aquaculture will represent a market value of roughly $400 billion by the end of this decade. This is not from me, this is from the World Bank. And from now, 2025, this sustainable aquaculture market is already more profitable than traditional fisheries altogether. So sustainable aquaculture, that's an avenue for investing. Green shipping, we mentioned it a lot, and there will be a very central piece of the forum in Monaco. So green shipping, maritime trade is also expected to triple by 2050. But there's a downside here. There's a need of financing of $1.4 trillion to remove the green premiums and cut the emissions, according to the IMO. The third tremendous sector of investment is clearly ocean data. And maritime big data is growing at a double-digit rate annually. Double-digit annual rate. Some countries will be desperate to have these kind of growing rates, I assume. Another very interesting part is the offshore energy, with $1 trillion market expected by 2040, according to the IEA. And this market is set to deliver up to 10% of our global electricity needs by the year 2050 as well. Two more very interesting and promising sectors, of course, ocean carbon. We mentioned that earlier this morning. That's about to hit a $50 billion market by 2030, according to Bloomberg. And last but not least, coastal resilience. this is often the one left on the side of the road. We don't have enough businesses investing right now or innovating right now on this crucial topic. But again, bear with me. Coastal resilience is set to save a whopping $200 billion by 2030, according to the World Economic Forum. That's exactly where, and on these 6 sectors of activity that we want to push, scale, accelerate the innovation, thanks to, as I said, pitch session, plenary sessions with the relevant actors, but also, let's be bold here, convincing the sovereign funds that it is an investable sector, that it is a competitive sector, that the risks in the blue are not higher than in the green industry. Thank you.
Those numbers are extraordinary and really, really hopeful. So with Robert, to you, working off what Olivia's just said, what's your vision of a well-financed blue economy then?
Unfortunately, I don't think there is one solution-fits-all solution for that. And as it was mentioned by the other participant, by Daniela this morning, we need to have a full spectrum of activities and financing sources, from a purely public financing to a strongly financed venture capital PE investment. The public finance, I'm speaking in front of Pascal Lamy, and he's working on that subject for several years now, but we mentioned harmful subsidy. I think it's $22 billion of harmful subsidy a year, and we have the possibility to channel that amount of money to nature positive solution. So just give you an example. I'm keen and I'm very eager to listen to Angela Hillard, who is going to explain us the status of the second round of negotiation of the World Trade Organization this afternoon. We need to work on innovation and investment, and you mentioned, Olivier and others, the different investment, and I would like to thank all the investment funds, the Rio-Ocean Fund, the Swan Capital, and others in the room who are gathering money for that new round of discussion. So we need to work on decarbonization of the transport, the maritime industry. But one also interesting point that we are going to discuss this afternoon is really upscaling and mainstreaming innovative financing. Daniel Hoof mentioned the blue bonds this morning. So blue bonds are very positive, but it's still too small, and we need to scale up this kind of initiative. Sylvie Goulart this afternoon is going to mention something which is even smaller and newer, which is the biodiversity credit. So it won't solve everything, but we need to develop, we need to decide a frame, and I'm quite interested to listen, even if I participate to the International Advisory Panel. So I have some information on that one, but the latest news from Sylvie will be very important. So, as I mentioned, a full spectrum of initiative and sources.
And Ilana, as you look out into this room, what is your message to some of the more powerful politicians and advisors as you ask them to sort of plan ahead for this?
I think, and I'll reiterate what Robert said, which is we have to look at the spectrum of what the ocean economies are. And so I'd say pick a theme or pick a sector, because the ocean is large. So, for example, the greening of the shipping industry. The shipping industry is the 8th largest carbon emitting sector if you consider a country. So I know there's a lot of really important work that's being done by France, by Norway, South Korea, Greece, that's really trying to catalyze the greening of the shipping industry. So that's bringing together governments, it's also bringing together shipbuilders, it's bringing together the fuel producers and saying, we have the political will to do this. What are the missing pieces that we have to get together? So I was at a very interesting meeting where the shipping industry was very eager to actually move this forward. They said they have the technology, they need the fuel. And the fuel producers said, we have the fuel, we need the financing. And the financiers said, we need the guarantees from government because it's a little bit too risky of a sector. And so that's where the government can come in and say, we can provide the guarantees, we can provide the first loss takers, so that we can actually move this forward. So I guess pick a very specific niche is probably one, have a vision for it, and see what are the tangible ways that you can really move it forward. And I will also just kind of echo what Olivier said, which is we really need to bring in new players, and that's including the sovereign wealth funds, including the pension funds, really large pots of money that can help move the needle in a very real way. And so I think that going forward, that's maybe everybody in this room can have kind of a takeaway, which is where do you want to make impact, and pick that sector and figure out how you can move things forward. I will just also end on the note that if you look at the green sector, before the Paris Agreement until today, the green bond sector is a multi-trillion-dollar industry, and this is relatively new. And so there's no reason that in 10 years we can't look at the same blue space and say, the BEF was a moment where it really catalyzed some of the movement that would transform the sustainable ocean economy. And hopefully we can see that with the participation of everybody here.
Yeah, really could very much be a tipping point. So I asked you to speak to the politicians in the room. Pascal Lamy, I wonder if you could speak to the private sector in the room, and also just what appeal would you make to them as preparation, again, as this wish list or focus that you'd like them to focus on?
Well, I'll answer this question at going back to the overall strategy we are pursuing.
Okay.
We've learned from our experience in the green sector a lot, and we're trying to factor this in our blue approach. The Greens narrative was, one, we have a huge environmental problem, and second, in order to fix it, we will need to transform our economy. That's where we are on the green. What we're trying to do with the blue is the other way around. Start with the fact that there is a huge economic potential. So you don't start with the catastrophe, you start with the opportunity. It being understood that this opportunity, this huge amount of plus for humans, will only accrue if we stop degrading our ocean. But we sort of reverse the strategy, and our experience is that it works. We've done that in the European Union, in creating this manifesto for a European Pact during the elections last year, which was promoted by the Institut Jacques Delors in Brussels and the Oceano Azul Foundation. The reason why it worked and why it was both accepted by politicians, i.e. the EU Commission, was precisely because we started with a positive element. So sustainability is key to a proper reaping of these benefits, but this experience shows us that it works. And then it helps elevating the issue at a higher level, which is looking at the whole range of what the ocean needs in various sectors. That's what the European Ocean Pact, which will be one of the deliverables for Europe of the Nice conference. This is how we've tried to inspire what we're trying to do in Monaco. We just discussed recently with Robert and his friends whether there could be something like a Mediterranean Ocean Pact, even if it's a sea and not an ocean. And if we are allowed to dream, and I think we should be allowed to dream, provided we start from serious, verified existing steps about something like a global ocean pact. That's probably something we need to have in mind, and that will open us new perspective if and when we get this BEF right.
Dreaming is not a bad thing at all on that. Thank you. I do want you to just stand by, because I'd love for anybody in the audience who has a burning question or a burning statement to make again to any of our panelists. We probably have time for one or two. So the ladies are here if you would like to ask a question, if you can put your hand up.
Thank you all. My question is, what do you need? How can this room support you in achieving the visions that you all have? I think it's really imperative for us to hear from you, but also know how each sector can play a role in supporting BEF and your own initiatives.
Thank you, Daniela. I think for the BEF, we're looking to invite people, individuals who are key decision makers who can shift substantial flows of capital. So if you have introductions to those people, they could be family offices, they could be sovereign wealth managers, they could be hedge fund managers, people who we can try to advocate for the role of a sustainable ocean economy so that they can direct finance flows into the BEF and beyond. I think that would be very helpful in trying to bring together momentum at the BEF that brings key players together that can actually deliver what we're trying to do. So this is kind of our call to say, if you know these people, please let us know. I think that would be very helpful.
Would anybody else like to reply to that, or can we go to the floor again? Good. Anybody else? Let's see if back there, is there anyone? Well, with that in mind, thank you. It was very comprehensive, and we look forward to that as well. All the best. Thank you. They've certainly got a lot of work for them ahead, and as you heard there, any help or connections I think will be duly accepted. Before we go on to our panel, I do want to end this little bit of the session with a video message from Her Excellency Mrs. Razan Al Mubarak. She's the President of the International Union for Conservation of Nature in the United Arab Emirates. So if you would like to just take a listen to this message.
As IUCN President, I am deeply honored to address you at this pivotal moment for our ocean. And I extend my sincere gratitude to His Serene Highness Prince Albert II and the Principality of Monaco for their unwavering commitment to ocean protection. Monaco's leadership in marine conservation and sustainable blue economies continues to set an example for the world. And the Blue Economy and Finance Forum is a critical and vital opportunity to mobilize action towards sustainable ocean futures. Our ocean faces growing challenges: climate change, biodiversity loss, and an unsustainable rate of exploitation. But this moment, ladies and gentlemen, also presents an extraordinary opportunity for true transformative actions. Achieving the 30 by 30 CBD target to protect 30% of the ocean by 2030 demands bold action and transformative partnerships. And the IUCN is committed to this goal through science, governance, and sustainable financing. To realize this ambition, we must bridge the ocean finance gap. Sustainable Development Goal 14 remains underfunded, yet it is critical for a resilient and thriving ocean. We must mobilize the financial sector, philanthropy, and public-private partnerships. IUCN is advancing solutions, including the One Ocean Finance Facility, a global mechanism for marine protection, sustainable use, and restoration. Also, through IUCN's Green List and the Blue Natural Capital Financing Facility, we set global conservation standards and unlock private investment for marine resilience. Leadership at the highest levels is essential. The United Arab Emirates has now joined the high-level panel for a sustainable ocean economy, a high-ambition coalition of 18 countries covering 42% of the world's coastline. As the UAE President's Sherpa for the Ocean Panel, I have witnessed how science-driven policy, sustainable investments, and innovation can shape an equitable and regenerative and climate-resilient ocean economy. Yet, our work is far from over. We must scale successful models and empower local communities and indigenous peoples as key stewards of marine ecosystems. Thank you once again, Your Serene Highness, and the Oceanographic Museum for convening this crucial dialogue. As a new member of IUCN, the Oceanographic Museum strengthens our collective efforts for ocean conservation. I look forward to the outcomes of this forum and to working together for lasting change. During the World Conservation Congress in Abu Dhabi, you'll have the opportunity to see the UAE's advanced research vessel, J1. This ship represents the UAE's steadfast commitment to marine conservation and ocean science. So let us commit to action, not just for today, but for the generations to come.
That was certainly a beautifully filmed segment, so thank you there to Her Excellency Mrs. Razan Al Mubarak. I'm going to introduce now our next panel. Before I bring you up here, just a reminder to you all to actually, we have some here, but some of your translating devices, if you can bring them with you when you come and stand up and sit here with me. So it's my pleasure to welcome on stage to talk about the role of science and how science can better guide our institutional and political and economic decision makers. So with no further ado, I'm going to invite David Obura, who's the chair of the Intergovernmental Platform on Biodiversity, Professor Heather Caldaway, who's the program lead at the Zoological Society of London. We also have Dr. Lee Hai-sung from South Korea, and Dr. Philippe Charvis, the Deputy Director of Science at the French Institute for Research, and Olivier Lenezet, who's the President of the National Committee of Fisheries and Aquaculture. So gentlemen and ladies, please come up and join me here. Hello. So we're going to have this conversation, which is a really important one, and it's part of this spectrum about how science can better guide our decision-making and how it can play a role into this. Heather, I'm going to start with you, because when we emailed, Heather made a really good point about how currency for scientists are your scientific papers, but sometimes it's a different language to the language that the financiers are speaking, and it's certainly sometimes a different language that the tech people are speaking, and also the policymakers. Are you all speaking the same language, and how can there be a sort of common dialect to simplify it?
You're absolutely right, and I think we've already heard the role of jargon in this space this morning, and even getting biologists talking to oceanographers, everybody has their own jargon, so even within scientific disciplines, I think, unfortunately, we've invented our own terminology and language, which makes it important for that currency of scientific publication, and that is the foundational piece. So we must have that science in the peer review process, and we've heard repeatedly that science-based policy, science-based decision-making is fundamental. The key is, how do we get from that scientific paper, which is usually published in English, is usually quite impenetrable unless you're in that space, and pulling out those key relevant actions to allow that decision-making to take place is the missing piece. Also, that the scientists rarely are in the same space as those decision makers, whether it's in economics or in policy. So we've got to break down quite a lot of barriers to make that work.
So it's not just about the language, it's about the location as well.
Absolutely. It's, it's hard enough to get to all the scientific conferences that you want to get to, yet alone find yourself out of your comfort zone in a convening with decision makers. So I think some initiatives that we're seeing, like I was lucky to work with Monaco Explorations on their Indian Ocean expedition, and that sort of co-created the science that the policymakers needed and allowed that translation of that science in real time on a ship and afterwards to provide that information in a format that it was usable and could be used.
Mr. Lee, I would love to hear your perspective from South Korea, particularly around this issue of how you're proceeding on the scientific front.
Oh, first of all, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude for giving me a chance to this wonderful place today. Actually, I received these questions: how can scientists give help to decision maker for marine ecosystem? I think that is quite a difficult question to scientists, and so I'm very embarrassed at first. So nowadays I want to I want to find the new successful cases in Korea, and I prepared some things for Korean cases. In Korea, rapid industrial growth lasted 6 decades. So it put a significant pressure on our ocean, coastal, and deep sea environment. Nowadays, scientists must bridge the gap between the understanding natures, creating policy to protect these ecosystems. However, scientists often face the challenge to balancing the scientific autonomy and with the social responsibility. This is quite serious questions to scientists. I believe that, however, most society, science is deeply interconnected with the world, so it cannot exist alone. So science must resist. Since the research is funded from public side, so scientists bearing significant social responsibilities. Social engagement of science does not undermine its instinct values. So I think it is called effective use of the science is a social context. So in the case of KIOST, my institute, KIOST, we focused our interdisciplinary research combining oceanographies, ecology, data science, and the social economics developed to comprehensive understanding marine process. We use the marine environment and monitoring system, like satellite monitoring systems and buoy sensors and advanced model to track the water quality, harmful algal blooms, and change the marine species in real time. These systems have predict coastal erosion and algal overbreak, enabling timely interventions of the local authorities. By this way, the collecting data is just the beginning. The real challenge is to turn to information into clear and actionable plan. By this way, clear and actionable plan can give a good information to decision makers. By this way, we can our information to give policies. International collaboration is also key. Marine challenge transcend international border, and our work enabled to beyond Korea. A primary example of Korea-Indonesia Marine Technology Cooperation Research Center. In this center, Korean scientists and Indonesian scientists collect data in Indonesian area. It is also good information to Indonesian government, so we can give good information and good challenges to Indonesia. So it is a good example. Science help decision makers. Okay.
Thank you very much. And you really are doing some amazing work there and leading the ground on that, as we also heard, also on the shipping front, on sustainable shipping. David, to you, I know there's this sort of conversation around collaboration and about just conversation and talking between the scientists and sort of a global dialogue that needs to play into these capital stacks that Daniela was talking about. What is your experience in terms of your role?
So thank you. It's a pleasure to be here and to be on the panel with the other panelists. And at the moment, so my role now is the chair of IPBES, so we're the Intergovernmental Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services. It's a very long name. But like the IPCC, we compile the latest science and knowledge as well from indigenous and other knowledge systems into synthesis products for use by policymakers. And so the role that I have as a chair is essentially to channel that information through to various different contexts, such as this, and building up to the BEF and the UNOC as well. And to find ways to sort of pull away from the detail of the science that my colleagues just talked about to the more synthetic language that then can relate into economic and societal or policy type contexts. I very much think that so in IPBES we have a very complicated but very effective conceptual framework to help us synthesize that science. It translates very well into the sustainable development paradigm, I think, because essentially it was developed from a scientific framework to look at the same challenges. How do we understand how nature supports economy and society? And that's in our name. It's not just a biodiversity panel and science, it's about nature supporting economy and science. So most recently, we've had the Nexus assessment, looking at the challenges of nature and climate change, but how do they figure in food, health, and water sectors? But we've also had the transformative change assessment, which really looks from the top down. What are the value systems that we apply in directing our economic and societal activities? And so I look forward. I'm very excited about these two subjects. They're what I had really wanted to work on as a scientist. So I have a couple of years coming up now to really help frame the discourse around a blue economy or sustainable development for how we really get to truly understand the multiple values of nature, what our scientists tell us, and how we can use that in decision-making contexts.
Yeah, thank you very much. And just as a warning, I'm going to ask Olivier Lenezet to speak now, and he will be speaking in French. From your perspective, I was talking about these different languages. There's so many, but you represent fishermen and the commercial fishing industry. Is that also a different language? Do you sometimes feel like you're being heard? And what contribution are you making towards this sort of connection with science and data and pushing this conversation forward?
Bonjour à tous et à toutes. Merci pour cette organisation. C'est la deuxième fois que je viens à ce Monaco Blue Initiative. Je crois que ce qui est important de ce que vous dites, ce qui est fondamental, c'est la connaissance empirique et la connaissance scientifique. Aujourd'hui, on peut se dire une chose, c'est qu'au niveau français, en lien avec l'IFREMER et toutes les instances scientifiques, parce que je vois l'IRD là aussi, donc j'oublie pas toutes les parties prenantes de la science, il est important de pouvoir justement échanger entre la donnée de la profession et des professionnels de la pêche qui le font régulièrement, soit par leurs données, soit elles sont obligatoires, et je vois un ancien commissaire européen à la pêche, Carmine Viella, qui est là, qui me contredirait pas que la politique commune de pêche a permis aujourd'hui, en Europe, de pouvoir concilier la connaissance en lien avec des professionnels et la connaissance halieutique et de la biodiversité dans son approche écosystémique. Je crois que c'est fondamental d'avoir une connaissance qui soit empirique entre les uns et les autres. Il n'y a pas d'opposabilité, il n'y a que de la complémentarité de connaissances. Et moi, pour avoir été pêcheur depuis l'âge de mes 13 ans et demi, jusqu'à preuve du contraire, on n'a pas à rougir de ce que l'on connaît de notre écosystème, c'est plutôt à le partager et à le protéger. Et le protéger d'abord dans une première approche qui est celle de pouvoir mener des programmes. La pêche professionnelle française finance, ou indirectement, des programmes de connaissances scientifiques en lien avec l'IFREMER, en lien avec les décideurs politiques, de façon à ce que derrière cette connaissance soit beaucoup plus précise, car on a besoin de précision. Quand on parle de l'océan, c'est très vaste, mais c'est très technique, et c'est très précisément qu'on peut prendre des bonnes décisions et justement avoir des décisions qui soient comprises et qui soient acceptées pour pouvoir justement mener une politique qui soit commune et en même temps qui permette aussi de pouvoir éviter. Alors j'ai entendu tout à l'heure, excusez-moi, je prends quelques minutes, mais j'ai entendu tout à l'heure de pas mal de choses, mais je crois qu'on oublie 2-3 principaux sujets qui sont actuels, qui sont d'abord avant tout la pollution tellurique. Le vrai mal des océans aujourd'hui, c'est la pollution tellurique. C'est la pollution de la terre vers la mer. C'est le sujet de l'UNOC. Ça doit être le sujet principal, au même titre que derrière les pollutions plastiques. C'est un sujet réel, ce n'est pas juste virtuel. Et les premières victimes, c'est ceux qui sont en mer, qui les voient et qui les vivent tous les jours. Il y a un autre sujet, la qualité de l'eau, la qualité de nos eaux, c'est ce qui fait aussi derrière la survie de l'espèce humaine. Si la qualité de l'eau n'est pas au rendez-vous, nous n'aurons pas non plus d'écosystème marin qui soit une biodiversité qui permette justement de la durabilité. Et le dernier sujet que je voyais, c'est que j'entends parler d'environnement, mais beaucoup d'environnement financier. Le crédit carbone n'est pas là pour permettre à certains de pouvoir faire augmenter ou avoir la possibilité de faire le droit à polluer. Le crédit carbone, c'est un atout. Ça ne doit pas être une contrainte derrière qui doit justement nous mettre devant une autre difficulté qui sera d'autoriser des choses qui ne sont pas plus acceptables aujourd'hui en termes de pollution. Donc je voulais juste le rappeler parce que c'est important, on l'oublie souvent et je ne vais pas rappeler juste ici en Méditerranée parce qu'on a quand même des problématiques, quand je vois les scrubbers à couvert sur la marine marchande qui sont autorisés non plus à rejeter dans l'air mais dans l'eau les rejets qu'ils ont de leur activité de déplacement pour les 90% certes du commerce mondial, mais il n'empêche que si c'est pour cacher, non pas dans l'air, mais dans l'océan, les pollutions qui sont faites par les moteurs, etc., ce n'est pas non plus quelque chose qui soit tellement, je dirais, environnementalement acceptable. Et encore moins pour la pêche, car derrière nous, on vit de ces ressources naturelles, sauvages, pour nourrir et avoir une souveraineté alimentaire qui soit en France ou en Europe. Je le dis avec autant de force parce que l'UNOC est proche et on a souvent un proverbe chinois qui disait souvent il y a celui qui regarde le doigt et il ne regarde pas la lune. Et en fait, à un moment donné, on est en train de regarder notre bout de doigt, notre bout du nez, alors que les problèmes, ils sont beaucoup plus loin, mais ils sont atteignables. Donc sur la partie scientifique, et j'y reviens très rapidement, oui, évidemment que la pêche française y participe. D'ailleurs, le comité national va devenir un centre technique industriel justement et donc dans les années futures parce qu'on doit collaborer avec tous les acteurs de la science.
And I want to talk to you a little bit about that in your next question. No, it's fantastic. Tell me, sir, Philippe Chavez, you were listening now to the point of view from sort of French fishermen. How much conversation do you have and how important is that interdisciplinary cooperation between you and them?
Thank you. Maybe I can take an example, and the example is the Bridges program. It's a scientific French national program that started this year and will last for the next 10 years. It's coordinated by IRD, CNRS, and IFREMER. And the objective is to find solutions for biodiversity conservation and fair and sustainable fisheries in the Southwest Indian Ocean. So it's definitely an interdisciplinary collaborative program based on the study of socio-ecosystem. It specifically studies the socio-ecological system of fisheries, especially small-scale coastal and pelagic fisheries, and aquaculture too, different study sites. So there are two types of social ecological system. One is associated with reef resources, so continuing mainly artisanal and small-scale coastal fisheries. And the other one is based on large pelagic resources, such as tuna or bycatch species, and it's continuing mostly offshore fisheries, small-scale and industrial fisheries. And the idea at the heart of the program are the definition of area-based management tools. These tools are used to frame uses and practices in a specific geographic area, especially the use of natural resources. Once the best use and practices have been defined, for example, ecosystem restoration or sustainable fisheries, marine resource use, different types of tools can be used. And for example, I will give you just a few examples. Fishery closure zone, which is the idea of having seasonal or permanent closure of a fishing zone to protect population of fish or part of it. Marine protected areas, well-known marine protected areas, they are correspond to clearly defined geographical space, recognized, dedicated, and managed by legal means to ensure long-term conservation of the nature with the associated ecosystem and the cultural values. And the third example is locally managed marine areas that are fully and jointly managed by local or neighboring communities or families and representative of local government. And they usually work toward the local conservation and sustainable development goals. I think that's it.
No, and I think you make the point about specific areas and this area-based management tools. David, from your perspective, I know you're based in Mombasa, and you're living there on some of the most extraordinary pieces of ocean in the world there. What is your take on that, and how important is that sort of locality as well?
So in the context of, so I live on the Kenya coast near Mombasa and work very much throughout the West Indian Ocean. And so the potential to move forward with sustainable business and sustainable economic practices based on ocean resources, I think, are foundational to what is needed in our region. Barker mentioned that in the first panel. The Great Blue Wall Initiative in the West Indian Ocean is really an attempt to build these sustainable seascapes where not only do we have good marine protection in the right zones for biodiversity, but there's also across the seascapes, across the coastlines, there's sustainable businesses, the local area management is done right, coastal zone management, and so on. Now, what we tried to do if I can just refer to the Nexus assessment for a moment, is that, so this is a global assessment report, and I mean, our authors came from all of your countries, from all around the world, looking for examples of sustainable response options, they called them in the assessment, but that would be investments, businesses, from the perspective of economic actors. It was very actor-focused. One of the critiques or the concerns we always get when doing these sorts of global reports is how much do they focus on the ocean? How much ocean content is there? And it's missing in many places. But I looked through the summary for policymakers in preparing for this event in the last 2 days. Of course, I know it in great detail, but you always have to refresh your mind. And across the 5 sectors, we had a sub-chapter on each. So biodiversity, climate change, food, water, and health. They each prioritized 15 sustainable response options or very great examples, as we just heard, of response options that could be implemented. So we had a total of over 70, because there were some overlaps between them. When I looked at the titles, it went on and on. I'll only read a couple of them. Integrated seascape planning and land and sea planning, integrated transboundary water approaches, restoration of coastal, marine and inland waters, mangrove and wetland conservation, restoration, blue carbon, sustainable fisheries. All of these are the blue economy activities and sectors that we're talking about and that need scaling up and financing and so on. And so then a large part of the Nexus assessment is to look towards, so how do you enable these businesses to come about? We've been hearing about the finance needs in the earlier panels, but a lot of it is around the institutional frameworks, the enabling conditions, supporting capacity building and connectivity between actors to support one another, and one type of activity can support other types of activities as well. So there's more detail on some of these I could go into later if that helps, but I think it's really clear that, as we heard already in the second panel too, or the fireside chat, is it's not that we have to invent new things, but we really have to scale out the things that we know that are working and find both the finance and the regulatory processes that will do them effectively, and make sure that in building out these economic activities that they are nature positive and people positive at the same time. So we're not undermining the overall system that we're living in.
And Heather, from your perspective, I know that we were talking in that fireside chat about the lessons learned from the green economy and the fact that we're kind of reversing back into the sort of blue economy strategy. What do you take from that? I mean, have there been some key lessons learned that you've observed, that either mistakes made or opportunities that weren't or need to be scaled up in terms of how you look between the green and the blue economies as well?
I guess the first thing is just by calling something green or blue, it doesn't make it sustainable, and so it is that authentic, and that's where I think the science comes in to underpin the sustainability of those actions. The other is, as came up earlier, is that they're connected. The land and the sea are very connected, and our actions on land and our actions in the sea are interlinked. And I think that's starting to provide some of the solutions. So some of the research that I've been involved with the Bertarelli Foundation's Indian Ocean Marine Science Program has looked at islands where you have healthy seabird populations, and we all know that if there's invasive species, that affects those seabirds, so we need to get rid of them. More recently, we've understood that healthy islands also mean healthy reefs. So if you have healthy seabird populations, the corals grow 4 times faster, and you have much higher reef fish biomass. Now, this is the foundational science that informs things like biodiversity credits, or starts to look at the financing mechanisms that we can introduce, but it is that land-sea connection that's so fundamental. And as we heard earlier, that blue carbon and many of these financing initiatives require that foundational science to really be able to produce those metrics that are going to give confidence in the finance sector to make them happen. And sometimes we need that science to catch up. So some of these things are very promising or promised, and actually then it's a bit of a, whoa, slow down. We actually need to get the science to make sure we have the confidence this is going to work.
So just to go back to, I think what Olivia was saying was about sort of getting pension and sovereign funds on board. I mean, how do you get that conversation to be interested in the sustainability and profitability of seabirds on an island somewhere out there? I mean, that's the kind of connection we're trying to make, isn't it?
And that's what's so special about this meeting, is that we're in a room together, so I can go and chat to Olivier about seabirds. But I think what we're seeing, as David said, is that the ocean is foundational to everything, whether we're talking about food, economy, whether we're talking about human health, and we're talking about local business. It's so fundamental to coastal populations globally. That's what's positive and exciting has been the new sectors coming into the ocean space, recognizing the value of that, whether that's insurance, whether that's philanthropy, whether that's pension, sovereign funds. we need that diversity of funding to come together to look at some of these solutions. And I guess as a scientist, it's thinking about how we can do better about telling the seabird story and making that as an, accessible to consider how that could be foundational to a really effective biodiversity credit scheme, for example.
Yeah, I think that's so true. It's just telling the stories of where it's worked and what you're doing, I think really helps. And Mr. Lee, to you, in South Korea, what do you need as well? I think it's a question, it's a simple question, but what do you need to also be part of this conversation and to sort of scale things to a way that it becomes also profitable?
Okay, I want to show another example that is driven by government, government sections. There is a good example in Korea. Korean government is play a critical role in marine protections through the Ministry of Ocean and Fisheries. Has developed a national marine environmental management plan. It is very important to us. During this plan, a lot of Korean scientists are joined and gave a lot of information to marine ecosystems and preserving and sustainability and management of that area, marine protecting area, and the other resources. So by this way, Korean government play a critical roles and for marine ecosystem. By this way, we can do the other process and to get the marine ecosystem, and then scientists also try to get new information in that area. Government and the scientists are collaborate for protect. So this is a good model. I think this is a good model for this subject in marine ecosystems. And also, as we know, Korean government submit the BBNJ ratification last week. In that process, scientists also give good information. I think government want to get government to consider the influence of industrial part and the scientific part. We have discussed a lot. After that, government decided the process. This is also good information, good examples to us. Yeah.
Olivia, as the representative, I know you're passionate about giving fishermen a voice. You mentioned earlier that, did I pick up some cynicism about carbon credits? What is the view of the fishermen out there in the ocean in terms of what they need to be part of this conversation and making, recycling the profits back to the industry?
Vous savez, un pêcheur, d'abord, il est d'abord avant tout là pour aller pêcher des ressources durables, donc pour nourrir la population. Quand on est passionné par notre métier, c'est pas le temps qui importe, qu'il fasse beau ou mauvais, c'est pas un problème. Moi, ça m'a jamais dérangé. J'aime bien d'ailleurs quand il fait mauvais temps, parce qu'au moins c'est un peu moins calme que les eaux, on va dire, qu'on peut avoir des fois. Moi, je dirais que dans ce que vous avez souligné dans toutes les parties prenantes autour de ce panel, je crois que c'est important que la science, c'est le garant aussi d'une intégrité. L'intégrité scientifique, elle est fondamentale. Elle est souvent décriée, elle est souvent bafouée, alors que la science, c'est fondamental et elle doit être copartagée avec une approche justement qui permette de l'avoir la plus précise possible, parce que, je rappelle, on est en train d'extrapoler de ce que serait la science ou même les connaissances d'ici les 10, 20, 30 prochaines années. On a juste un petit souci, je pense pour les uns comme pour les autres, c'est le dérèglement climatique. Tout ce qui a été imaginé, tout ce qui a été mis en œuvre depuis les 50 dernières années va être mis à mal dans tous les modèles scientifiques, quels qu'ils soient, parce qu'on est dans une situation d'instabilité qui fait que tout ce qu'on a pu imaginer, moi je me rappelle de mon père et de mon grand-père qui me disaient en fonction de la lune, en fonction de la marée, etc., et des vents, tu pouvais aller pêcher à tel endroit. Tout ça, ça n'existe plus aujourd'hui. Ça n'existe plus parce que derrière, la réalité, c'est qu'il y a un dérèglement climatique qui est existant. Et les premières victimes, c'est les gens de mer qui sont sur l'eau, qui le voient, et qui en sont souvent les premières victimes. Ça, on l'oublie, parce que dans l'approche scientifique aussi, il y a une garantie aussi économique et sociale, ce qu'on appelle le développement durable. Le développement durable, ça prend 3 piliers, pas seulement que l'économique, pas seulement que l'environnement, pas seulement que la partie sociale. C'est les 3. C'est indispensable. Si on en oublie un, de toute manière, cette politique maritime intégrée ne fonctionnera pas. Elle sera exclusive et elle ne sera pas inclusive. Et je pense que ça, il faut revenir sur l'humain, parce qu'on oublie souvent que derrière tout ça, il y a des gens, des hommes et des femmes qui en vivent, qui nourrissent et qui font aussi que nos territoires littoraux soient aussi dynamiques que l'on connaît tout le long de la planète. Et je crois que, et j'en suis persuadé d'une chose, c'est que vous avez parlé tout à l'heure de protection, oui. J'ai entendu tout à l'heure une approche sur les aires marines protégées. Oui, évidemment, mais elles n'ont pas été inventées là. Les pêcheurs, il y a déjà 50 ans, ont inventé ce qu'on appelait les zones de cantonnement. Les zones de cantonnement, elles étaient interdites à une certaine activité ou engin en fonction de la ressource qu'ils souhaitaient protéger, parce qu'ils la voyaient déjà qu'elle déclinait. Donc tout ça a permis aussi de mettre en place des outils qui sont non pas, je dirais, dans une approche statique, mais évolutif. Une bonne gestion en mer, il n'y a pas de frontières en mer. Il n'y a pas de frontières. On est en train de transposer des frontières terrestres en mer, alors que le poisson, la ressource halieutique ou même la biodiversité n'a pas de frontières. Et ça, il faut avoir une approche. Et c'est pour ça que l'approche des BBNJ et de ce traité, il a du sens, parce que sur la haute mer, aujourd'hui, il n'y a aucune réglementation. Il n'y a aucun contrôle. On pourra mettre toutes les réglementations sur le papier et les signer tous. Derrière, après, il faut pouvoir justement contrôler ce qu'il n'a pas le droit de faire. Qu'il soit sur toutes les activités, pas que la pêche. Il y en a plein d'activités en mer qui sont illégales. Et donc, et que certains États couvrent sous une approche politique, parce que derrière, il y a un intérêt économique, individuel, etc. Donc, est-ce que l'océan, c'est un bien commun, ou est-ce que l'océan, il doit être avec des frontières qui fait que chacun en fait son profit personnel d'un État ou d'une approche même privée, pourquoi pas, parce qu'il y en a qui rêvent d'avoir une privatisation de l'océan. Rappelons quand même que tout ça, ça n'appartient à personne, ça appartient à tout le monde. Et donc, moi, je rappelle juste que sur la connaissance et sur l'approche très scientifique, nous, la pêche, on a besoin d'une science financée, d'une science où derrière, on a les meilleurs experts, de façon à avoir les meilleures décisions à l'instant T pour pouvoir prendre les bonnes décisions en termes de gestion durable de la ressource. Ça, ce sont des besoins fondamentaux de la filière. Et donc, et pour terminer mon propos, je pense que le vrai sujet, c'est comment on appréhende ce dérèglement climatique, comment on anticipe les sujets qui vont devoir, non pas pour notre génération à nous là, je dirais que moi je suis plutôt sur la sortie, je serai en retraite le 1er avril, et je vous rassure, ce n'est pas un poisson d'avril. Et donc, très clairement, qu'est-ce qu'on fait pour les jeunes de demain? Qu'est-ce qu'on leur apporte, qu'est-ce qu'on leur lègue comme testament? Parce que c'est ça le sujet. Et aujourd'hui, on peut au moins s'enorgueillir d'une chose, et moi je suis très fier d'une chose, c'est qu'en Europe, la pêche européenne, elle est durable. On est passé de 15% des stocks qui étaient à peine, on allait pêcher les intérêts, on ne touchait pas au capital de la ressource. On est passé à près de 60%, 70%. Donc c'est avec tout ce qu'on a connu, avec tout ce qu'il y a eu comme problématiques diverses et variées, dont j'ai cité, je crois qu'on peut être fier de ce qu'on a fait. Il va falloir le dire aussi à l'UNOC, parce qu'on va parler souvent des problèmes, mais on oublie de dire ce qu'on fait de bien. Essayons de transposer les choses qui se font bien, non pas à d'autres, parce que souvent on les transposer à tout le monde comme si c'était une réalité, on fait du copier-coller. Chaque région, chaque façade, chaque océan est complètement différent les uns des autres. Et en plus, l'approche n'est pas la même à partir du moment où humainement, si ce n'est pas inclusif auprès de ceux qui vont devoir l'appliquer, ça ne fonctionne pas.
Philippe, I think we're all in agreement, and I know that Olivia's just mentioned it and supported your conversation around area-based management tools, but I know that you are concerned about deep sea and the sort of deep ocean and the potentials there. And in many ways, is that a different conversation, or is it the same conversation, or is it a different set of questions and solutions that we need with regard to the deep ocean?
Thank you. The deep ocean is hardly known, but it offers a very important potential. There are multiple uses in the deep ocean. Some are
common, other are under prospect. For example, of course, there is deep sea fishing, but the deep ocean is used for submarine cables, surveillance, sovereignty and geopolitics, deep sea mining, exploitation of biological resources, geoengineering, including carbon sequestration, and scientific research has not been developed enough on these issues. If we take the emblematic case of deep sea mining, it's still virtual. There is very little industrial operation right now. It's just starting, I mean. On the other hand, the stakes represented by these resources generate complex interplays at both national and, of course, international levels about legal framework, the financial speculation, environmental controversies, and political negotiation. And meanwhile, research in the deep ocean over the past decade has revealed a very diverse world connected to our online world and providing ecosystem services. For example, we showed that the fish in the deep ocean they are very far more numerous and diverse than we imagine, and they probably constitute one of the largest biomass of vertebrates on Earth. And these deep sea fish carry out major vertical migration in the pelagic zone, making them links in the transport of carbon to the deep sea. And this, of course, contributes to the biological carbon pump itself, which is essential for the oceanic carbon cycle. So, in the current context of global change, this ecosystem must be preserved. And because they play a crucial role in the food chain, feeding tuna, whales, and indirectly they will influence fishing activities, for example. There is also a huge potential for biotechnology in this, in this ecosystem. So it's important to continue scientific research before these areas are exploited in order to better understand and conserve this ecosystem. I think scientific and political reflection must be multilateral and take into account also indigenous knowledge in the decision-making process. And we organized last year in the Pacific, in Numea and Papeete, a framework of regional consultation platform, including representatives from 15 different countries in the Pacific, including ministers, traditional authorities, non-governmental organizations, of course scientists, regional organizations. And the discussions emphasize the significance of incorporating knowledge into public decision-making processes, especially concerning the ocean and the disparities in access to information and participation in deliberations. While environmental impacts are a recurrent theme in our discussion, the Pacific stakeholder emphasize the necessity of a more profound comprehension of the social and economic ramification of deep sea utilization. So they emphasized the necessity of adopting a holistic perspective consistent with the Blue Pacific Continent concept that is promoted by the Pacific Island Forum, and they urge to transcendence of national, narrow, and sectorial interest.
I think it's a fascinating conversation, and I don't know if it's something that you don't mind talking about, Heather. Sorry, I'll throw this at you. But Philippe, I mean, he talks about,
it's not just deep sea fishing, but it's submarine cables, surveillance, sovereignty and geopolitics, deep sea mining, exploitation of biological resources, geoengineering. There's a lot going on, particularly in the deep ocean, that is referenced with the sort of elephant in the room, which is the shifting geopolitics and the sort of stresses that we're seeing, the tensions that we're seeing geopolitically. How does that play into scientists and the Zoological Society, of course, having these conversations about where to go next, when some of this conversation, some of the events taking place, deep sea cable cuts, for example, play into these very, very hard conversations?
I mean, the role of science is to be neutral, apolitical, and factual.
Absolutely,
and
but it impacts you, no doubt, does
it? It does, but I think the importance of science is, as my colleagues have just shared, is to, it's hard in exploratory science like deep sea science, which is inherently expensive and difficult to do, to be competing with industries and the race for things like deep sea mining or deep sea bioprospecting. And so it's really important that we emphasize the everything that we know, as my colleague eloquently described, is the fundamental importance and complexity of that system which we uncover, and the importance of a precautionary approach that is informing things like moratoria on deep sea mining, which is so important to see and absolutely critical. So I think it's the job of science to make sure that we're very clear in our messaging, that we are providing that information across the board to governments to enable those decisions. And policymakers need to have the confidence in the science to make those decisions. So whether it's around the value of marine protected areas in biodiversity conservation, whether it's listening to the different voices that are coming to the table or looking at deep sea solutions. I'm not sure I have every geopolitical solution there.
I'm not asking you to sort of have a political thing. It was just more the sort of sense that, sometimes this stuff overlaps, whether we like it or not.
Yeah.
And I know that, again, also to your point, David, I think, is that you can't have profitability over sustainability. And, we can have this conversation about different ways of funding and how much money is needed and how to accelerate, but you can't ignore the fact that profits trump, whether it's the deep ocean or other parts of the ocean or the local areas that you work with as well.
Yes, thank you. So, we've touched on a number of really complex issues, and if I can try and address a couple of those. One of them, from an IPBES framing, there are two parts that are really important. First is that we deal with a multiple knowledges perspective, and that there are many different value systems across the planet, different cultures, different communities, and so on. One worldview, which is a dominant one, does pursue economic growth and profitability in the ways that we have been talking over the last 50, 100 years, and has really sort of driven a huge amount of material development. There are many worldviews that we try and incorporate in our assessments that present other types of values as well that are more relational about the connectedness between people and nature. So in addressing these complex issues, one, we have reached planetary boundaries in many ways, so we do need to have a planetary conversation. The high seas, or the areas beyond national jurisdiction, don't belong to any country, so they do belong to everyone. So how do we address that? Of course, there are processes in the United Nations for dealing with that. But there are many discussions around the precautionary principle, particularly now at planetary boundaries, to make sure we don't worsen the situation as we move forward. And then the other point that I would make is coming back to sort of the knowledge framework that we have around, profitability trumping other aspects. And you asked Heather earlier about how do you connect seabirds and sovereign wealth funds. There are many steps in that process that we don't really know well how to do yet. But I think a framing that's becoming very clear to me, looking across the IPBES sort of assessments and the science that we have, is that really nature is the foundation of everything on the planet. It's the biosphere. We are nothing without it. 50% of the global economy might be dependent on natural systems, But if we don't have that 50%, the other 50% doesn't exist at all. So every part is really dependent. We have had economic practices that have externalized costs, minimized costs, so basically passing costs on to somebody else, which means environmental degradation. And we've transformed so much natural capital into economic or produced capital and then into financial capital that we have over-converted natural capital, you could put it that way. So now if we do look at the finance that is needed for the sustainable blue economy, for sustainable development, how do you transfer, whether it's sovereign wealth funds or large packets of capital, back into natural capital? How do you restore and regenerate and rebuild social capital as well, so we can have a balance across this sort of sustainable development paradigm that we have? We've had that paradigm for 50 years. It's had its weaknesses for sure, but it has its strengths as well, including that it is a common principle shared across the United Nations system, across all countries. So how do we strengthen the system, not throw the baby out with the bathwater, as we look for solutions that fit our 21st century context now in moving forward? And I think I hadn't realized it in the initial conceptualization, but it's really strong to have, looking at UNOC coming up, to have a science congress and an economy congress, and then a policy congress, sort of one following the other, because that's the sorts of discussions that we need to have, and that we need to bring our jargon and our languages together for the discourse across those actors to make things work. And this is the ocean space, and of course it needs to happen in other spaces as well.
Yeah, no, I think that makes a good point. Mr. Lee, to you, just in terms of innovation, obviously you have been championing data and science. What kind of work are you doing with innovation? How important is that also to...
Sorry, what?
Yeah, carry on. With innovation, what kind of conversations are you having with tech, for example, in South Korea?
You mean that communication is government side
and also business
side? Yeah. There are two kinds of research projects, I think, in Korea. One of them is pure science and pure science, and it is only want to get the natures, and the other side is some proposed object. So government, two sides of government suggest research fund. One of them is pure science. The other one is applied science. In the case of KIOST, most of the research funds are given by the Ministry of Ocean Science, Ministry of Ocean and Fisheries. So in this case, most of the research fund is their main purpose, like sustainable management of marine area, MPA, and the other things are how to say. We also did overseas mineral resources and biodiversity. In that case, we have to subject our proper resources. So we have to collaborate with the other nations, the other scientists in the other nations, and then we can get a good result in that area. It is, I think, good information to other nations and other societies, scientific societies. By this way, we have support our marine ecosystems. One of the other side, in pure scientists, that they do not want a purpose object. In that case, we can get a good result for science and natures. So these two kinds of project is our main topics. Okay.
That's excellent, thank you. And I'm going to turn this over to the floor because I know that a lot of people have questions for you. Before we go though, would anybody like to jump in on some of the points that one of your colleagues has made? I could see that you were...
Oui, je fais très très court. Non, je pense que dans les outils qui existent, et entre autres qui ont été mis en place en France et entre autres par la pêche française, on a des outils d'aide à la décision qui sont ce qu'on appelle ZIP, qui permettent d'identifier les zones d'importance pêche. Ça peut paraître juste anecdotique, mais aujourd'hui, c'est sur les 3 façades métropolitaines, mais aussi dans les départements d'outre-mer, on est en train de le mettre en œuvre. Donc ça permet vraiment d'avoir une approche aussi importante et je dirais en lien avec les scientifiques. Et la deuxième qui est SCOP, qui est vraiment un outil, là aussi par contre, qui est plus sur l'approche d'aide à la décision socio-économique. Parce que toute décision qu'il y a en termes d'encadrement ou de gestion, il y a un impact socio-économique qu'il faut prendre en compte. Et sur le dernier point dont M. parlait, je crois que c'est important d'avoir en tête que les outils, pour pouvoir qu'ils soient efficaces, pour qu'ils puissent être efficaces, il faut que derrière, évidemment, et je prends sur la haute mer, parce que vraiment sur la haute mer, aujourd'hui, on peut mettre tous les règlements qu'on veut, il faut avoir des outils qui permettent de pouvoir bien identifier les activités. Il n'y a pas, je dirais, d'exploitation qui soit difficile, c'est juste qu'il faut une exploitation homogène sur tout l'espace maritime. Parce qu'à partir du moment où on fait de la surexploitation, qu'il soit sur la bande côtière ou qu'il soit au large, on déséquilibre l'un ou l'autre. Donc il est important d'avoir cet équilibre-là. Et les scientifiques, et entre autres la mise en place des aires marines protégées, entre autres dans la méthode française, avec les analyses risque-pêche, ont permis justement d'avoir des décisions qui soient collégiales avec toutes les parties prenantes.
And I think that's the key. Multilateralism is so important and ever more important in these conversations. So with that in mind, thank you. We would love for our audience members to ask questions. If there's anything you would specifically like to refer to one of the guests, please be specific as well. So yeah, anybody out there? I think you were so comprehensive in your answers, unless I'm missing somebody. Ah, there you go.
Merci beaucoup. Je suis le colonel Mamoudou Sidibé, je suis du ministère de l'Environnement et de la Transition écologique du Sénégal. Je suis le directeur des aires marines communautaires protégées au Sénégal. Donc ma question est la suivante aujourd'hui. Nous avons beaucoup d'interventions et beaucoup d'acteurs en mer qui aujourd'hui, il y a eu beaucoup de discours, beaucoup d'organisations sur des conférences et autres, mais il n'y a pas une feuille de route claire et nette qui permet d'arriver vers une action concrète. Comment est-ce qu'on peut arriver vers une action concrète pour au moins aujourd'hui sauver cette mer-là? Parce que le problème principal aujourd'hui, qu'un pays sauve sa partie, ne règle pas le problème parce que tout simplement, ça sera un appel d'air pour d'autres personnes. Aujourd'hui, on va en Afrique, des gens délaisser la mer parce que tout simplement, il n'y a plus de ressources pour aller vers l'immigration. Et ça pose un énorme problème aujourd'hui. Comment on peut aujourd'hui, parce qu'aujourd'hui, la mer ne peut pas être transformée en frontière. C'est impossible. Parce que tout simplement, nous avons qu'une seule mer où la ressource elle est partagée, la ressource n'est pas figée, elle bouge. Donc c'est des ressources partagées. Comment est-ce qu'on peut faire élaborer aujourd'hui une feuille de route claire pour nous amener vers une action concrète pour la conservation de cette mer-là? Merci.
Merci. Thank you. And I think that is a real focus of why we're all here today. Would anybody like to answer that? You can both do it.
All right, I'm going to. I'll start and then hand to David. I mean, I think we have a roadmap through the existing Sustainable Development Goals, all of the commitments that have been made at a global policy level, from the Convention on Biological Diversity through to the Paris Agreement. If governments just did what they'd laid out through that roadmap on time, then the world would be in a much better place. So that's and then the other thing is obviously for countries to ratify the High Seas Treaty as quickly as possible, and that gives us another roadmap opportunity for the areas beyond national jurisdiction. So I think there's a huge thing to just do what governments had already said they would do on time.
Okay, thank you. So I'll pick up on this, but I'll speak from my perspective as a Kenyan marine scientist rather than from IPBES for this one. So, I mean, I certainly would express the same thoughts as you have expressed there. I think, as opposed to the ocean being fully depleted, I mean, one of the challenges that I've seen in the blue economy discourse or ocean economy discourse in East Africa is that, of course, our countries are seeing the oceans as a new frontier for more wealth generation, to build up national GDP and so on, and to grow economies. And the current concern is that it's done with an unsustainable framework rather than all the principles that we have been discussing, and I think are front and center in the discussions over here. So in that sense, I would just amplify some of the things that Heather said in terms of using the knowledge and the agreements. I think we really need to understand that the ocean is not limitless anymore. The planet is covered by our economic footprint. So we do need to have a regulations-based framework for the high seas as well as territorial waters. And it's not okay anymore for economic practices to degrade the natural capital, because that does undermine the interest, well, one, the natural system that we depend on, but also the interests of other stakeholders as well. So it's really critical to have the contractual frameworks to make sure that regulations can be followed and that there is enforcement and so on, agreement amongst stakeholders and countries. I think moving forward with that, as Heather said, if we could, implement the agreements that we have and develop the right ones for the future, we will be able to move forward as you call for.
Would anybody else like to add anything? Yeah.
Juste très court, si on veut que ces réglementations soient respectées, je le répète, hein, s'il n'y a pas de contrôle et des sanctions derrière vers les États qui sont directement concernés, et on en connaît certains, il n'y a pas besoin, c'est pas des secrets de polichinelle, on connaît des grands pays du soleil levant qui derrière, par exemple, font de la pêche INN. Dans certains pays d'Afrique, le long des côtes, donc le pillage, il existe, la pollution, elle existe. À partir du moment où, au-delà des règles et de ce qui sera signé, il n'y a pas un contrôle et des sanctions derrière qui leur imposent de ne pas pouvoir justement profiter de ce profit illégal, eh ben, ça ne s'arrêtera pas. Donc on pourra continuer et faire tous les règlements qu'on veut. Il faut derrière contrôle, sanction. Et donc il ne faudra pas hésiter, quels que soient les pays, à les mettre en œuvre.
Anybody would like to add to that? And from the audience, would you like to add perhaps to those conversations that we just had now? Any more questions? There we go.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this fantastic panel. A very quick question from me is actually, coming out of UNOC and the One Ocean Science Congress, I think a key priority for countries would be to really prioritize knowledge infrastructure. That is something that relates to data sharing, science and collaboration. So my question to the panel is whether you can unpack a little bit more the kind of collaborations that are needed across the board, both across different regimes, whether it's science and business, whether it's global north, global south collaborations and interdisciplinary. What would an ideal scenario look like? And perhaps a question for the later panel, not to throw people like Marissa under the bus, is how do we actually fund effective science? From the region where we're from, the Western Indian Ocean region, one of the institutions that exists is the Western Indian Ocean Marine Science Association, which does fantastic work in terms of re-granting to emerging and existing scientists. As I mentioned earlier, there's a huge seagrass science community that exists, which does amazing work. But a lot of this scientific work focuses on mapping. When we're talking about the next step, which is application, and the step after that, which is disruption, the funding and financing models fall short because there's no room for failure. Often it's one grant that comes in and we have to abide by that granting requirements. So I think it's really, really important for us to spend some time, possibly not on this panel, but maybe throughout the course of this conversation of MBI, in thinking how can we actually encourage failure, prototyping. how do we give the freedom and the space to scientists to disrupt and innovate? And I'd really love to hear how we can make that happen.
Any takers?
There was a lot of questions in there. I think in terms of, so from work that has been identified by the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development is basically how inequitable science is in terms of distribution. If you look at where papers come from and you take the Indian Ocean region, then it's very skewed to India, Australia, and South Africa. So one of the approaches for that has been, that we've been taking through the Bertarelli Foundation's program, is to fund scientists from the region so that all of the students coming into the program for masters or PhDs are from the program. So I think the question one is who is doing the science? And then the second thing is how do you build those networks for those scientists? And that's providing opportunities to attend UNOC, which comes down to funding, but it also comes down to some practicalities around getting visas, which is by far from straightforward for many countries. So it's allowing, it's looking at where are the barriers to change and access opportunities and trying to break those down. And I know that that's, things like the Edinburgh Ocean Leaders Programme is a fantastic initiative to build networks of fantastic people like yourself and others in the room that don't exist at the moment. And that's the sort of way of having those conversations, of providing communication opportunities and building networks that build that confidence to break down some of the barriers between disciplines and between geographies. So that's just a couple of examples.
Okay, if I'll add after Heather again on that, we do work together, so we know one another quite well. But yeah, so I'd amplify that in terms of ocean science from developing regions where there are major gaps in how to build that capacity. As mentioned, the West Indian Ocean Marine Science Association has been a fantastic platform for the last 30 years in building up ocean science in our region. So that's 10 countries. My organization, Cordio, has benefited tremendously from that. We've worked very closely with IRD scientists because of the France's in the region as well, and with all the countries. But we've borrowed a lot from the UNESCO IOC processes in terms of the GOOS, the Global Ocean Observing System, identifying key variables, essential ocean variables, the biodiversity variables. This borrows from the climate and meteorology frameworks. I think it's important to really mention or recognize how fundamental it has been for climate science, the sort of open data and sharing that has been mandated for many, many years in ocean and climate fields to understand the global climate, so we understand it as well as we do now, to have the early warning systems for cyclones, warming events now as well, and so on. So this infrastructure at regional and global levels is essential for developing science and getting the funding into those areas that don't have their own funding to participate is critically important too. Thank you.
Any final comments? I see a waving hand, enthusiastic waving hand.
Quiet for a while and then I spark up, yeah. So, yeah, human capital training and so on is so important to me and many of you here. I mean, that's why some of us choose to be at the university. So that's what has made me to want to talk. And my main point is that every little effort by an individual or a group, a university, adds up. So let's think about that. And I'll give you very quickly some examples. Me and my colleague, Daniel Pauli at the University of British Columbia, we just started an initiative where we are pairing each year 2 University of British Columbia professors working on oceans and fisheries, including freshwater systems, with 2 of our colleagues in Africa. We bring them together and they work with their groups for 1 year. They do mostly virtually, and then one month of the year, the African colleague comes over. This is just to open the network, link up people, because this is really important. Many of our colleagues in the developing world are limited because they don't have this connection. So that's one very simple example. Bloomberg has contributed to this. And we are still taking support. If you want to expand this, you're welcome, yeah, because it's really important. One other example I want to give, this is from Canada, the Ministry of, it has a better name, Global Affairs Now. We have just, with them and the University of BC, we are bringing 30 undergraduate ongoing students from Africa to UBC for training in forestry and coastal and ocean relationship. These are just examples to tell you every little effort adds up. So let's all do that and we will have a better world. Okay, guys? Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. And on that wonderfully optimistic note, I think we can close for lunch unless anybody would like to add anything. Thank you very much. It's been a fascinating morning. After lunch, we're going to be dealing again with the issue of funding, but this time how to fund the Sustainable Development Goal number 14, which of course is, I think, the most underfunded goal, if I'm correct. So that's going to happen afterwards, but in the meantime, please, you are relieved from your duties. Thank you very much for a fantastic panel. Thank you for all the hard work that you're all doing, I know, in your individual ways. So thank you very much. For a round of applause and enjoy your lunch.
il sera ouvert par la régie. Non, après, il faut se présenter un peu par là. Et quand quelqu'un lève le bras, se présente le micro. Et c'est après le Fire Snapchat, c'est pas long, ça, 8 minutes. On va laisser une question dans la salle, peut-être qu'il n'y en aura pas. Donc le mieux, c'est de rester en visu avec moi, que je sache où vous êtes. Ouais, voilà, que vous restez à la même place. Comme ça, moi, je vous dis que vous pouvez y aller. D'accord ?
Vous êtes où ?
Moi, je suis derrière, là-bas, complètement du côté de la caméra, mais je suis à quelques mètres. Voilà, voilà. Ouais, c'est encore mieux. Ah ouais,
Ok. Et du coup, il y aura combien oui, non. Il y aura combien de fois des questions? Deux fois, trois fois?
2 fois. Ici.
Ok.
Ah non, un petit peu plus parce que
Ça va dépendre de l'heure des questions.
Oui, oui. C'est ça.
Moi, c'est Péridor.
Ouais, toi, je te connais. Donc, Anaïs, moi, je suis juste là.
Ok, bah moi je suis là du coup.
Voilà, de temps en temps, je vais regarder.
Pas de problème. De rien. l'heure. C'est moi qui passerai le micro.
Tu dis elle va parler.
Ah non.
De quoi a-t-elle parlé?
Non, malheureusement. Enfin, quoi que
Des impressions à
malheureusement,
chaud.
je sais pas. Si là, ils vont me poser des questions ou pas?
Do you want me to start? I'm in now. I'm all yours.
Là,
Let me just check.
Sans pause.
We can talk afterwards. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to start making your way to your tables, we're going to slowly start getting the afternoon event on its way.
Non. C'était intéressant.
I cannot. Is this on? Is the microphone on? No? Don't think my microphone is on. Try again. I think it's on now. Talk to me. There you go. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we're going to get a start on. So welcome back to the afternoon session. Hope you had a good lunch and a good chat. Thank you. We're going to have an update a little bit later on about the trajectory of upcoming conferences and negotiations. But for the moment, and we're also going to have a conversation about the sustainability goals from and how we finance them. However, first of all, I do want to have another fireside chat, just so that we can get an update on Plan Bleu, not Plan B, but Plan Bleu. So I'd like to welcome onto the stage Guillaume Santini, the president of Plan Bleu. the Regional Activity Center of the Mediterranean Action Plan, United Nations Environment Program. Hi. Yes, that's great. Welcome. I hope you had a good lunch. There we are. Get your microphone. That's brilliant. So, Mr. Santini and his team have released a new report, and I think it's really important to this conversation, and it's called A Mediterranean to 2050, A Planned Low Perspective. So I do want to talk about it. An English version, is it out? It's just out. I got a summary of it, so that was good. I'll admit to have not read it the whole thing, which is why you're here. So what is, I think let's start with the ABCs here. What is Plan Bleu?
Okay, Plan Bleu is an organism which was created in the 70s already, at the time of the Barcelona Convention. France was very involved at the time in making the Barcelona Convention happen, and has offered to Barcelona Convention and to Mediterranean Action Plan a center of expertise on Mediterranean issues, and the goal is to help each Mediterranean country to progress towards sustainable development.
And then, why did you launch this report in particular, and the timing of it too?
In fact, it was the COP of the Barcelona Convention, which asked to do this report, knowing that Plan Bleu has in his DNA foresight, and we have done already 2 foresight studies, one in 98, if you remember well, and the other one in 2005. So it's the 3rd one, and the idea is to try to inform better political leaders, economic leaders, but also civil society, to be able to look not just at the door, but at mid-term and at long term, to be better informed, to make better decisions, knowing that we are not going to tell them what to do. They have their competencies, they have their power. We just try to inform them the better as we can, to help them to make better decisions going toward a better sustainable development.
Yeah, and I like the concept of a horizon on the distance. I think that's a very good analogy there. So what is in the report? What are your main findings? What are the highlights?
Okay, the report is not very optimistic, since the main idea is that the Mediterranean in 2050 will be in a worse state than now. Mm-hmm. This is a normal issue, the normal scenario. We have 6 scenarios, and the business as usual scenario is showing that situation is going to deteriorate again. The states are not going to be passive, they are going to do some reforms, but this reform probably will not be sufficient to stop the degradation of the Mediterranean. So we have 5 other scenarios. Another scenario implies a big involvement of Europe into Mediterranean areas. Another scenario says that you could have a specific way of development of Mediterranean countries together. And another scenario, I'm not going to quote all of them, but another scenario that it could be, you could have an international awareness, and the Mediterranean could be declared as a common pool good, and an international authority could take care of the Mediterranean. This is a rather utopic scenario, but you can realize that, in fact, you have already some beginning of this scenario with the thing which has done Spain with Mar Menor. As you know, Mar Menor, which is a little salt laguna in the Mediterranean coast of Spain, 3 years ago, there was a law in Spain that has declared that Mar Menor was a subject of right. It's the first time in Europe, and it's the first time in Mediterranean. So it's a beginning of this scenario that some people think is utopic.
That is interesting. And so our next panel coming up is going to be talking about the Sustainable Development Goal 14, which is the most underfunded goal. How do we finance it, and do you have any words of wisdom for the panel that's coming next?
Yes, I think the first priority is to diminish in a big proportion the harmful subsidies to sea and to marine biodiversity, to shoreline, etc. We have a lot of billions every year of public subsidies which are going to activity which are damaging environment, marine environment. Of course, we can think about subsidies to fishing, subsidies, fossil fuel subsidies, subsidies to marine transport, subsidies to building on shoreline, etc., etc. So it's a huge amount. So the first thing, because we are all in a very difficult public budget situation, is to lower this public spending, which in the same time could better the situation of public finance in a lot of countries. This is one first thing. The second thing, which is more precise, is when you look at it precisely, you can notice that in some place, in every sea, it's true in Mediterranean, but in other seas also, you have public spending to create marine protected area. That means you and me as taxpayer, we pay for that. And then you had public spending to damage the same protected area. Because if you create a marine protected area and after that you put offshore windmill inside, which you can do by the law, or if you send big fishing boat inside, subsidize, it's completely, there is no consistency, it's completely contradictory. And as well from the point of view of environment and as well from the point of view of the taxpayer. You pay to protect and then you pay to destroy. So from my point of view, all harmful subsidies should be suppressed when they concern a protected area. Would it be on sea or on land?
And that, no doubt, is a very controversial statement to make in France, in the French area, I think, perhaps. But what does the report then say also about hitting these development goals?
Okay, so after this suppression of harmful subsidies, you can have other financing way. I can quote two. Maybe some of you know the debt for nature swap, which was a technique which was very used in the 90s and after that on land between developed country and underdeveloped country. If I'm not wrong, this has been very few used in marine area. It could be more used in marine area. This is one thing. Another idea, France has launched a thing which is called low carbon label. Low carbon label you have for forests, you have for meadows, etc. But you have also a low carbon label for Mediterranean Sea, for Posidonia. If you protect or if you re-implant some Posidonia, you can have a low carbon label, which it's a technique a bit complicated, but you can have money with that. It has been launched by France, but you have Posidonia everywhere in Mediterranean. So it could be used by other countries also. And this is a way, of course, it's not enough, but it's a way to have more finance.
I think that's interesting, and I think all these points, I think, are going to be really good discussion points as we come up to this next panel. Finally, this is, yes, the Mediterranean horizon. How much do you want to sort of roll that out, or how much does this play into sort of global, your global perspective as well? Can other regions use this, even though it's focused on the Mediterranean?
Any region can do it if it wants. As you know, there is a system which is a system of the Regional Sea Convention. There is between 12 and 15 Regional Sea Convention system, the Red Sea, the Black Sea, the Caribbean, the North Atlantic, the West Pacific, etc., etc. And each one could do the same report if they want. They have to take their decision under their governance organ. But it's rather useful, and it's rather easy. It's just a study to make, and it can help them to see the future at mid and long term. So I will recommend them to do it, but I am not in their room, in their place.
Yeah, that's interesting. Are there any questions? Because obviously the conversation and these points, I think, are really interesting. Would anybody like to sort of weigh in on this conversation? Go for it. Come on, somebody. It's after lunch. There you go. There's somebody over there. Thank you.
Hello. Hi, I'm Claire Tutenue from Entreprise pour l'Environnement. And I was wondering how is the debate between North Mediterranean and South Mediterranean states on this plan?
The debate between the North and Southern Mediterranean states on this plan.
Well, of course, we are in an area where the difference of GDP between North and South are very big. This is why when the Barcelona Convention was written, the North-South debate was very strong in the 70s, and we are still working with this way of functioning because the convention and the protocol of the convention are still written like that. So we still have, for example, Plan Bleu is working much more with South Bank Mediterranean countries and with the North Bank. So there is, and the exact name of Plan Bleu, to be accurate, is Plan Bleu pour l'environnement et le développement en Méditerranée. So environment and development were already linked well before we were talking about sustainable development. That means the idea at the time was that it was not possible to speak about environment in the South Bank if you were not speaking at the same time about development. It is true now, but it was even more true at the time. So yes, of course, we are taking that into account.
Anybody else? What's been the reception? I'll ask a question about between you and authorities, and how have they received this information, particularly when you're suggesting something like lowering subsidies, and how do you get on board with that kind of conversation?
Well, very different type of reaction. One thing which has astonished me a bit is that when people have to say which scenario they prefer, a big part of the people say they prefer the scenario 6. That means the scenario where Mediterranean become a public good. But in the same time, a lot of people say that this scenario is not realistic. So it's a kind of contradiction, which is interesting. The other thing is that the reaction is different with the country. When you go to Morocco, they have not exactly the same reaction than in Tunisia, than in France, and etc. About harmful subsidies, again, the situation is very different following the country. For example, if you take the example of Morocco, it's not so well known, but Morocco have been doing a very good reform of harmful subsidies. It's a difficult reform to do. A lot of countries have tried to do it, and it's of course difficult because when you lower harmful subsidies, that it could get problem of poverty for people having goods very subsidized, but the economic science know how to moderate that by some measure. I cannot enter into detail, but by giving some allocation to the poorest people and so on. It's a subject which has been rather studied. And I have to add that OECD has launched a good initiative, I think 2 or 3 years ago, which name is green budgeting. The idea of green budgeting is that each country, and France has begun to do it, but the idea is that each country should, when it prepares its budget and it prepares its law for finance, have an annex to its budget showing which subsidies are going to be good for environment, which subsidies are going to be bad for environment, and which subsidies are going to be neutral. So some countries like France begin to do it. Of course, we have some debate because on some subsidies, the state says they are neutral, and NGO, for example, says they are harmful. But this is, you have to adjust, and this will be made with time. But I think it's a very good reform, and we have to support this project by OECD.
And how much conversation and how much publicity do you have with direct conversations with the taxpayer, who is, as you said, funding this double-edged sword, at least according to your plan?
How much publicity do I have?
Well, if you're having this conversation about subsidies, you're also then having a conversation, hopefully, with taxpayers. Do they know that there's this double taxation, perhaps, about protecting and then destroying, as you described it, the same thing at the same time?
Yeah. In general, people don't realize that. No, they don't know that.
Is that something you want to get out?
But yeah, we have this thing in France. For example, in France, we have some marine protected area in the Atlantic because we have more windmill in Atlantic. And after we have created a marine protected area and after we have spent public money for it, the state decided to put offshore windmill inside. And as you know, the electricity produced by windmill offshore is buy by the state as a regulated tariff, which is a form of subsidy. That means it is encouraging by public money the deterioration of a marine protected area, which is not, there is no consistency in this type of politics. So no, in this type of policy. So normally should be separate. You should not have a protected area and an industrial installation in the same protected area.
Okay.
Or you could have, but without public subsidies, because if you have public subsidies, that means that something which has not a business model by itself is there is an institution of the state to do it.
Fascinating. Thank you. Any last questions before we put these questions, there we go, to the panel?
Thank you. Good afternoon. It works? Yeah. Good afternoon. This is Rémi Parmentier with the Varda Group. You, Guillaume, and previous speakers this morning have referred to the fact that SDG 14 is considered like the least funded sustainable development goal. I'm just wondering whether this notion needs to be updated or will soon need to be updated in the light of the situation with ODA being reduced, especially in the US, the dismantling of US AID and so forth, and in Europe there are also reductions of international aid, as we all know, in the light of the current geopolitical situation. So I'm just wondering whether this soundbite that originate, I think, from, I don't remember if it was from a report by WRI or by WEF a few years ago, whether it should not be revisited before the June meeting on the blue economy here in Monaco, because I think it's something that is evolving. It's likely to be evolving. Thank you.
I think it's just sort of thank you very much for that. I think it's sort of the consequences. It's a bit of a political question, the consequences of all this the new American administration on development and how that impacts the Sustainable Development Goal 14.
Well, it's a question
it's a hard one and
complicated. But if I focus on about UNOC, I think Olivier Poivre d'Arvor will talk about UNOC tonight. But of course, there will be consequences on UNOC. But first of all, countries can take national measures themselves. For example, France can take a national measure and announce this measure at the occasion of UNOC on the sea, because as you know, France has the second largest sea domain in the world. And then on regional convention, as we know, the states are not going to be very much in favor of international agreement in the years coming, but if you take some regional convention like the one of Mediterranean, the states has not direct influence on the governance of the Barcelona Convention. So there is no obstacle for having an agreement on inside the Barcelona Convention system and to progress towards a better protection of Mediterranean area. It's the same thing for other regional sea, notably the Pacific, the West Pacific, the North Atlantic, and so on. So personally, I think UNOC should focus on that.
Keep it local.
Yeah. No, local, regional. It's more than local, yeah.
That's what I mean, yeah. Anything else before we move on? There's somebody over there, sir.
Yes, Jean-Pierre Gattuso, CNRS. I just want to partly address the question by Rémi Parmentier. There is a scientific paper in Marine Policy published in 2020 which states that the lack of funding to reach the goals of SDG 14 is $149 billion a year. So I don't know whether it qualifies as the least funded SDG, but clearly, I mean, the lack of funding for SDG 14 is staggering.
Thank you for clarifying that and for giving us the data. I appreciate it. Thank you. It was just the details of how much it's the lack of, the actual numbers. Thank you. This was fascinating. Appreciate it. Guillaume Santini, President of Plan Bleu, thank you for your hard work. And thank you for your fascinating way of looking at things. So yes, I just do want to go over those Sustainable Goals 14 because it says we must conserve and sustainably use the oceans, seas and marine resources. So I do want to bring our panel up to give a specific look on the details that we've been discussing. And per your data, it is, I think, one of the least endowed goals. So I want to introduce our panelists. I think it's going to be a good conversation based on what we've just heard from Guillaume. So please welcome Sylvie Gallard, co-chair of the International Advisory Panel on Biodiversity Credits. Please come up. Professor Hendrik Poulsen, Chairman Emeritus of the Ferring Pharmaceuticals. Laurence Pesses, the Global Head of CSR at BNP Paribas. Olivier Raybaud, Managing Director of Swen Blue Ocean. And Marissa Drew, Chief Sustainability Officer. I should by this stage be able to say sustainability. Standard Chartered Bank. Thank you to all of you for coming up. Now, Sylvie, because you've already been pulled out and your name has already been thrown out there, I'm going to start with you. The conversation about biodiversity credits. Tell us more, and are they as complicated as some people fear they are, and is that a hindrance?
So first of all, thank you very much for inviting me, and thank you, Robert, who was an eminent member of the international panel I have the honor to co-chair. Well, we tried to set the foundations for a house that we still need to build together. This initiative was a Franco-British initiative taken in June 2023 with a global outreach and a very global panel. I want to be brief. I'm not going to enter into all the details. Keep in mind that we insisted on high integrity. We really consider that confidence building is particularly important for markets, that if you don't build confidence, then you go nowhere. We also had the active participation of indigenous people and local communities. This was said also this morning very eloquently. We cannot safeguard nature without active participation of the people living on the ground or on the coast or on the boats. And it was fascinating because it was a very rich exchange with them, and the result is that we really believe that whatever form these credits could take, you need to have a very strong market pillar, so some supervision delivered by the states, the governments. You need the involvement of the stewards, the people in charge, and you also need to have something very sound in scientific terms. And I'm not saying this here just because we're in Monaco, but Robert was the co-chair of our knowledge group where IPBS played also a big role, and many other people I want to thank. So what we hope is that there are people in the corporate world, for example, worrying about the resilience of their value chain. We have people like from finance, like Mrs. Fresses, she's from BNPP, they were active member. You have insurance company, you have funds, they were mentioned this morning. So you need finance, but you need also corporate. And then, of course, you need to convince the whole world of conservation, the scientific part, the NGOs, etc. So it's a work of building bridges. Now we have presented our framework in Cali at the COP16. Many of you were there. This framework is open for use. It is also something on which we would be very glad to have feedback. We presented 31 projects in Cali, very diverse, NGOs, companies, whatever. Several of them are on the blue economy, coastal, seagrass production with involvement of communities. It is true on the eastern part of Africa, Australia, the Philippines. And if I may, at the beginning of the journey, when we were tasked with Dame Amelia Fawcett, who is my co-chair, the blue part was not included in the work, but we decided to broaden the scope, because when you create financial instruments, of course, the type of ecosystem you deal with is important, but it is about creating financial instruments. So I'm absolutely confident that we can get private money, but it will only be fruitful if we manage to do it properly, keeping the high integrity, not allowing any kind of offsetting. It was said this morning, you cannot pay because you pollute. And I'm ready to answer more questions, but I stop here. Thank you.
And we had a little chat beforehand, and Marissa, I just wanted, because this is a Franco-English conversation, you were concerned that investors or people involved in some of your innovation hubs were worried that it was too complex. And I know that you and...
Is it complex because it is Franco-British?
Probably. Isn't that just a... There's all sorts of levels to that. We can get the boxing gloves out later. But yeah, from your point of view, I mean, Marissa, how do you view these biodiversity credits, and are they complex to you?
Well, Sylvia asked me. There we go. So Sylvia had asked me a question. You know, where are the investors for these? Yeah. And given that the title of our panel is how do we accelerate the mobilization of capital, I guess my concern a little bit is I've been working on the carbon markets now for quite some time. We were my organization, my CEO was on the original task force for the voluntary carbon markets, and we sit on the Integrity Council of Voluntary Carbon Markets trying to define what is high integrity and then create a market. So we created this CIX exchange to trade carbon credits in Singapore, and we've been really on this journey for quite some time, and yet still we do not have a functioning liquid market. The bid-ask spread, or the spread between high and low integrity, is extremely wide, $2 to $50, and that's before you get into technologies like carbon capture and storage. And so when you have that wide a spread, it's telling you that the market's not functioning. And that is a market where you already have embedded buyers, because so many corporates have committed to net zero, and they're looking at carbon credits as their way for that last mile. So I love the concept. I'm just concerned that in the lack of an ability to get what is much simpler, because carbon is just one number and it's the same globally, to then add the complexity of biodiversity on top. I think the goal is absolutely fabulous. I think the timetable to scale is going to be much longer. And you said it, I think, and we certainly know this, that the projects for biodiversity are very, very local. So it isn't one number across the world. Every project has its own dynamic. And I, at least, am operating often in the world of the institutional investor. And the one thing they say, which prohibits capital flowing at scale, is they don't understand these projects. You know, your typical asset manager of a multi-billion-dollar fund, they aren't climate experts. They're looking for a simpler way to allocate capital. Again, we're talking about the scale game. So those are my concerns about why we haven't seen that kind of scaling yet. So I love the idea, and by the way, we are advising lots of governments, lots of projects on how to monetize their natural capital assets. But I think for the foreseeable future, it will probably be in the smaller, illiquid, possibly family office or philanthropic arena in terms of who the buyers are in the very near term.
Lawrence or Olivia, I mean, do you want to weigh in? Do any of you want to weigh into this conversation about your perspectives on the biodiversity credits or the complexity of how to finance some of these things?
Yes, of course. Of course, so thank you for having me first. And of course, it's very complex to finance because it's usually, as Marissa was saying, local projects, and you have to coordinate a lot of different stakeholders. Usually, you have to have philanthropic capital at the beginning, and then you have to work also with NGOs, local communities, scientists. If you want to put success KPIs, you have to make sure you're targeting the right issues. So it takes a lot of time, and to be honest, the business model for financing marine biodiversity protection is not there still. So it's still innovative, it's kind of proof of concept, It's very time-consuming when you are structuring the facility and difficult to replicate. And we know that the financing gap is huge. So we definitely need all the financial instruments that we can mobilize in order to move the needle.
And I think from your answer was that, if you break it up into individual, it doesn't seem as hard as it should be. I just want to give you the opportunity to reply.
Yeah, because sometimes I'm puzzled when people say, oh, for carbon we have a unique metric, it's simple. Did we solve the climate change problem with the fantastic unique metric? The answer is no. So I don't believe that it should be our benchmark. Biodiversity is diverse, okay? But this very large diversity in biodiversity can be an asset. Because what we observe is that people love the landscapes they are living in. They feel rooted somewhere. They are more ready to invest in something concrete, tangible for them than for the CO2 ton, which is the perfect metric nobody has ever seen. So that's the only, I'm not saying it's not complex. And here we are in a scientific institution. Each type of ecosystem requires measurement tools, etc. I'm not saying it's not complex, but in my opinion, we should not exaggerate and take the carbon example that was not perfect as the impossible benchmark to reach. And maybe an important point, Marisa, is that we insisted on our work to underline the fact that we don't pretend to create worldwide fungible assets. It's not, these credits are not going to be something you can sell everywhere worldwide. You exchange your USDTs against coral reefs. That's not the point. So the key question is that can we make sure that in many jurisdictions or regions we have local markets evolving? And I always take the example of the real estate market. We all have real estate markets, but you don't exchange the piece of an apartment in New York, a flat in New York with one in Monaco or, no. You actually have, so financial markets are sometimes organized like the bond markets of the States in a very wide and deep and worldwide type of market, and sometimes it is very local and rooted. And I really believe that even if it's complex, we need to find a solution to get private money to finance conservation and restoration. So that's the reason why we should not always begin with the complexity, but rather, as Pascal Lamy said this morning, the opportunity that we can see in all this.
So with that in mind then, Olivier, I mean, I know that you're keen to talk about innovation and startups that contribute to the regeneration. I mean, that's I think it's something that I'm very excited about as well. There's a lot coming down the line if we look at the opportunities, AI, all of that. How do you fund it, and how does it really make a difference?
Thank you. So maybe in 2 words, I will explain what we do so people understand. So I'm part of Swen Capital Partners, which is an asset manager. And it's a mission-driven asset manager, and the mission is to invest for the benefit of nature. So we're very focused. And in total, Swen Capital Partners has 9 billion euros under management. And myself, I'm in charge of venture capital funds. And the venture capital fund is 170 million euros. And we are raising a second one with a target of 300 million euros. And so venture capital fund means that we invest in startups, so young companies that have not proven that they can have a profit. And the way we select them is to select startups that are bringing innovative solutions to help regenerate ocean biodiversity. To work on this, the way we did it, we basically worked on the works of the IPBES. So there are 5 main drivers to biodiversity loss in the ocean and everywhere. So we're not using all 5 because we need to find the ones where technology can make the difference. So we are focusing mainly on solutions to overfishing, solutions to marine pollution, including solutions to biological pollution, which is invasive species, and marine-based solutions to climate change. So this is what we want to do. So identify the solutions to those threats, and then fund them to accelerate their growth, and then help, fuel the solutions. So your question is about how do we finance that? So being an asset manager, that means that before we can invest into startups, we need ourselves to raise funds. And for this, we are turning to asset owners. So that can be a wide range of asset owners that are possible. So it can be banks, can be insurers, it can be public funding, it can be family offices, it can be corporates. So with our first fund, we managed to get most of our funding with private institutional investors, so mainly insurers, banks, pension funds. We also have, so that's 71% of our funding. We also have 16% of our funding comes from public institutional investors, and then the remaining 13%, that's family offices. Okay, so to build on this, to attract those people, we need to be able to reassure them on the fact that, of course, we're going to deliver that systemic impact that we've been built for, but also that we will generate profits. Because for insurers, for pension funds, for banks, it's very important that whatever investment they make will generate returns. Otherwise, they're going to lose their money, and you as clients of those insurers or banks or pension funds, you won't be happy. So we needed to reassure enough those first investors that our strategy would make sense and that the investments that we are making will be generating money.
Thank you. And Professor Paulson, obviously you've been very involved in all sorts of touch points along the environmental supply chain, I suppose, but also whether it comes from being in situ in very exciting places or trying to get money to, for those places. What is your thought, particularly when it comes to trying to find private money and philanthropy?
Well, I think we have to put all of this in perspective. Historically, of course, money came from governments, from states. So that's where the money was. Then, over time, it shifted. Corporations took a stronger role. Corporations have not that much funding today. Civil society has to step up now in a broader sense. Individuals have to come in and contribute. I'm quite amazed to see today that are private individuals that control larger sums of money than individual states do. And I think if you really want to move fast, because time is a real issue for us, if you start making very complicated financial structures to try to obtain financing from corporations and whatever, I think we lose too much time. The quickest way would be to try to engage and get on board the individuals that have substantial amount of money. I see that you have here on your book MSC. That's
but this is the Munich Security Conference.
Yeah, really, it's not Mediterranean Shipping Company, no. Because in Switzerland, where I live, there's a company called Mediterranean Shipping Company, controlled by one family, and they had they had about 100 billion in cash at the end of last year. These are the people we would want to like to engage with. Why waste time to try to go for a lower, rather higher hanging fruit? It's easier to go for the low hanging fruit. These are people who are engaged in shipping, who would want, that's the kind of people we should try to engage with and rapidly get the necessary funding which is necessary for the research.
And what do they need? So what do they need to be able to hand over that money? What do you suggest?
Well, the problem is always the access to these kind of people, because they're surrounded by walls of protection, so you won't be able to get in contact with them. So the key is how to engage with such people on a personal level. And once you sit down and talk to them, I think it's quite reasonable to be able to convince them.
Marissa, you want to reply to this?
Yes, perhaps I can pick up on something that Danielle brought up at the very beginning today, because when we think about capital and investment opportunities, it really is a spectrum. And Danielle laid out illiquid instruments. So she started with venture capital or early stage, then growth companies, which is really the realm of private equity. And then you continue to move on, often with the maturity cycle of a company. And the different maturity cycles of the company attract different pools of capital. So by the time, as we say, companies graduate to being reasonably profitable from a cash flow point of view, then they're bank ready and banks can fund them with debt. But everything before that is equity funding, right? Then there's another intersection point that we have to understand about the different types of capital and what it's seeking from its investments. So you have some investors that say, I need liquidity. I have to be able to trade in and out. That's what my charter says. Some say, I want a diverse portfolio, some short-term instruments. Others are saying, I'm happy to be in for a much longer tenor. Some want a cash or cash equivalent, incredibly safe, and some are ready to take risk. And when we talk to families and family offices, they're literally all over the map. They're as individuals are, slightly different than institutional investors that run big pools of capital, and their charter tells them, I play public equities, I play private capital, I play et cetera, et cetera. So I think so much of this is about effective matchmaking and either designing instruments that speak to that pool of capital, or alternatively, going to capital providers when you have a gap and saying, this is a hole I really need to fill, and finding those people who are prepared to fill it. Perhaps I can give you a few examples. So when we were structuring one of the first not terribly exciting, not terribly sophisticated ocean investment back in 2017, we had a number of our investors come to us saying, I want a cash equivalent, but I would love it if my cash could be placed in an instrument that did something positive for the ocean. So so if you think cash equivalent, we need something like a AAA rated instrument. And we went to the World Bank, which has a AAA rating, and said, if we were to have you be an issuer and allocate the proceeds into doing something that's positive for the ocean, we think we can find you a lot of investors. Again, not very sophisticated in terms of its financial engineering, but they said they would allocate that capital to infrastructure projects which would stop effluent going in the ocean. Our investors loved it. It was AAA. It wasn't a high return instrument, but super, super safe. Then the next step in that journey was to create a fund which was associated with having capital drive outcomes in public equities. In that instance, we had a pool of investors that said, I need public equities, again, liquid, something I can trade, but I'd love to know that the impact of my dollar invested creates a behavior change in the companies I'm investing in. We created a fund called Ocean Engagement Fund, where the prerequisite for us to invest in those companies was that they did a handful of specific things, guided by an NGO, because we're financial actors, but we aren't NGOs, we aren't ocean experts from a conservation point of view, but we worked with one in partnership, and we created a fund, and we were able to raise $500 million in 3 weeks by creating an instrument that spoke to that investor pool. And then the other end of the spectrum is in the gap arena with a very wealthy family. We were doing a debt for nature swap, restructuring the debts of an island nation under the condition that they would allocate a portion of that refinancing toward ocean conservation. In that instance, we had a gap in the structure, and the Lucas Walton's Builder's Vision came in, and they wrote essentially a guarantee for about $70 million in that structure. So these are very, very different, and they're quite all over the map, but all of them represent opportunities to get scale capital to be put to work for ocean stewardship.
Lawrence, do you have any also, I would love for your examples as well on how you've dealt, or some practical realities of the kind of conversations that you've had as well?
Yes, of course. I'm happy to share a couple of examples of what we've been doing. For example, we've created a blue economy ETF of 140 million euros to allow investors, either individual or institutional investors, to invest in, for example, offshore renewables, on marine biotech, but also on more traditional sectors of activity such as agriculture, fisheries, etc. So this is one vehicle. We've just been structuring an impact debt facility called Blue Finance for a non-profit, Blue Alliance, that manages marine protected areas. You know that creating MPA is okay, but managing them is better, of course, especially in emerging countries where the public authorities don't have the money. So we have involved the Global Fund for Coral Reefs. The idea is to have a 35 million debt facility in order to manage 115 marine protected areas in Tanzania, Indonesia, the Philippines, and Cabo Verde, with a target of 1.8 million hectares of coral reef being restored, and over 100,000 representatives of the local people getting benefits out of positive reef business. So we've kick-started the facility by lending 2.5 million euros, and now we are looking for investors to join. So as we were saying at the beginning, the complexity is that it's very local. So we have to find investors that are willing to invest in those specific geographies that have skin in the game. So for example, local businesses, but it will take some time, of course. And well, the interest rate of the facility will depend on the achievement of the targets I mentioned on well, restoration and coral reefs and benefit for local communities. So this is an example of something which takes some time to structure in order to be efficient, because it has to be a win-win-win facility. But once it's defined, I think it can be replicated easily. Another thing we're working on currently, so it's not finalized yet, but it's still public information, is the first outcome fund dedicated to the ocean protection of the World Bank. So I think you remember the World Bank did one outcome fund a couple of years ago. It was called the Rhino Bond. So we're leveraging on the Rhino Bond to do some ocean bond. So how it will work? So the purpose there is to have 5 million hectares of marine protected areas restored. So investors will forego part of the coupon, and the money will be used to restore biodiversity. The target is to improve coral reef health by 25% in a 5-year period of time. And if the target is achieved, investors will get a premium which will come from a grant which will be donated by the GEF and BNP Paribas. So there we have the GEF involved, IUCN, of course the Indonesian government, the World Bank, and we are acting as a structure of this facility. And we hope, and fingers crossed, that we'll have finalized the deal before the UNOC. So
is that structure clear to people? Because it's quite complex, and I think there's a lot of misunderstandings generally about these outcome instruments. Because what the investors are prepared to do is they say, I will put my capital to work, and I'm prepared to forego a coupon and only be paid a coupon if there's success. So in your case, it's restoration of coral reefs, or in our case, it was rhinos, the number of rhinos that we were able to grow in a given African park. But if you're successful, the coupon is paid by a nonprofit. So what's attractive about that for philanthropists or nonprofit community is they only have to pay out on success, whereas ordinarily charitable organizations and philanthropists might give money away and hope for the best. So this is the win-win, but then the investors get their coupon and only then. So everybody's taking a bit of a, or at least the upfront investors are taking quite a risk. This is not your typical institutional, I must get a defined coupon. So, you know, these are all very different instruments that we're talking about, which is what I was saying, it only appeals to a very specific type of investor. Because if you're an institutional investor that has to get a fixed type of return for your LPs, it would be very hard to come in that kind of an instrument because you don't know if you'll make a coupon or not. So this is why it requires a lot of, I would say, structuring expertise if we're going to galvanize the kind of capital that we're hoping for to meet those trillion-dollar whole numbers that were expressed on SDG 14, you know, funding gaps.
I'm going to come to you in a moment, but Professor, I just also want to ask you about the changing geopolitics of the moment. And perhaps the diminishing of the influence of the United Nations, the sort of shift in the way that America is dealing with things, the sort of whole underpinning of the multilateral structures that we're seeing, even the World Bank, for example, and I know we can have a conversation about the WTO as well just a bit later. How does that impact all these conversations about
foundations of the sort of global, the whole global structure? And do you think that, where do you see this going? I know it's a concern for you.
Well, I think we're in an extraordinarily dangerous situation. Time is running out, as I said before. There are about 200,000 glaciers in the world. Before the end of the century, 50% of them will be gone. It's all very well that we should develop interesting models for financing environmental problems, but again, as I said before, I don't think we have too much time. To go back to your question, we are in a situation today where the governments and the states have less money. The money they have, they are now using, particularly here in Europe, to start to build up their military power again. There's very little left. I mean, most of the countries in Europe and worldwide have negative balance sheets anyway, so where's the money going to come from if it doesn't come from the governments? If you look at some of the schemes which we're talking about here, we're talking about 1 or 2 or 3, maybe 10, maybe even $100 million, but that's nothing compared to what we need. We have some of the projects in the maritime areas which need billions of dollars. So where's that money going to come from? It's, as I said, it's today, it's private individuals and families that have that kind of money, and that's where we have to go looking for it. That's unfortunately the truth.
Sylvie?
Now, maybe 2 points. The first one is that I agree with you that there is a shift to defense spending, but we should do, all of us, everything to convince the people in charge that you cannot say today we were naive not to prepare for some challenges and give up on climate change and nature. Because it would be absolutely wrong to consider that we can be in a safe place, we can defend ourselves against arms and do nothing. So this is a message we should all pass. It's not either defense or greening, it is both, which is costly, I agree, but nevertheless. The second point, of course, the US are a key player, and we are all admiring the force of their universities, etc., but I really have the feeling that what we should try to do, first of all, is to look at all the potential of the whole world. We have many bright people elsewhere, in Asia, in Africa, in South America, in Europe, so try to continue and carry on whatever happens. And the second is to defend science. Science may be in danger. I mean, I have a little bit the feeling, I agree with you, because time is running. Some people deny that the problem does exist. I was not expecting this last step. So you say, well, oh, you know, we have very, very little time, but scientists tell us, and the IPBES does it. So then they are the problem, and we get rid of the scientists. No, but it sounds funny, but in my opinion, it's not, huh? And it's very scary. So this is also one of the missions we can have, not against anyone, but for the planet and for mankind, including all the American people we love.
Olivier, what is your response to that? I mean, just the sort of kind of structure within the way, in a time of such immense change that we're in. We're needing innovation, we're needing out-of-the-box thinking, but then we also, markets need stability and certainty. It's sort of a double-edged sword.
Yeah, so for us, markets are key. I mean, we can only invest in startups if we have some visibility on what are the markets, the growth of the markets, the size of the markets. So this is clearly very important. But I would say about what we see today with the USA. First, even in the USA, we know that if the government is going too far in one direction, then private actors in the USA will go in the other direction to compensate. So even for raising funds, there are a number of, for example, very strong and wealthy family offices in the USA that are taking big steps to compensate with what the government is doing wrong in the USA. And as CV mentioned, that's not only in the USA. So for example, when we started raising funds for our first fund in 2020, we didn't get any good feedback or interest from Asia, and now we get contacted directly by a lot of Asian investors. So in Japan, in Korea, in China. So this is also very positive. I mean, it means that overall at world level, we see that there is more and more interest for a strategy like ours, which is focused on regenerating ocean biodiversity.
Would any of you like to sort of add to any of those conversations? Marissa?
Just one thought that I've been having is that if we bifurcate, we definitely have to bifurcate the US from, I call it ROW, rest of world. My organization is very much focused on the developing world of Asia, Africa, and the Middle East. And we've seen a positive hardening of the positions, redoubling down of commitments to net zero, redoubling down on nature finance, putting in policies at a government level, country level, to support everything that I think we're all working for. So I think that's one point, as you say, is really going where there's an open door and trying to leverage that opportunity. It is no doubt, though, in the US, who on all of the debt for nature swaps, virtually every single one of them had credit support from the Development Finance Corporation, the DFC of the US. So with that money essentially frozen at the moment, or limbo, we do need to find another source. Now, I'm big on being pragmatic. And if we look at why was the IRA successful in the US in many respects, it wasn't called a climate bill or a green bill, it was called Inflation Reduction Act, and it's hard to argue with inflation reduction. So if we think about that contextually here, the idea that we're working a lot on is the idea of adaptation and resilience, and nature has an enormous role to play in adaptation finance. And if you talk to the private sector 6-9 months ago about adaptation finance, the private sector would look at you very blankly and say that's a government's role. But we're making the case that actually the return on investment, and you can look at it under many lenses, return on investment of disaster avoided or return on investment of loss of financial friction by building adaptive, resilient business models and allocating capital there, there's a lot of return in that opportunity set, and the ocean can be intertwined into that, and it is less controversial in those areas that are somewhat resistant to science and climate change, right? Because whatever this is, you may not believe it, it's climate change, but it's coming at you and you've got to deal with it. So this adaptive side of things is maybe a different way to express it.
I know that I'm just slightly sort of going off the highway a bit, but I know that the professor wanted to talk about geoengineering and how it's in conflict with a lot of the sustainability goals. And again, it's this sort of push-pull between yes, the sustainability goals and in conflict with geoengineering. And how the sort of constant push-pull between sustainability and profitability is sort of the thread of this whole day.
Well, if you look at what's been happening for 2 generations now, we have spent billions and billions on environmental research. And what has that research been? It has been observing the changes. We know that the ice is melting quick. We know that the temperature is rising, but so that's all very fine. But wouldn't it be about time that we start looking at what we could do, not just to slow down the changes, but also stop them and revert the changes? And I think for all of you in this room, you will see in the next few years you'll have a change of the debate. The debate will focus on what we can do in terms of stopping the climatic changes. The word geoengineering is not politically correct. Now we have changed it to environmental, to climate repair. That sounds better. So we really have to look at this from a different point of view. Now, you would also see in terms of these financial instruments we're trying to do that if you go to a potential donor or investor and you come with a proposal, something that gives him or her hope that can really change, reverse the ongoing climatic changes, that's something that will be much, much easier. And as I said, the whole debate actually has already started. We'll shift, we will go into a new era where we'll be discussing the opportunities which we have technically, because they exist already. Many university people are already working on these changes, but they do it almost in a closet because they're so afraid of it coming out. But this is really where the big changes will come from in the future.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly do think that we are, the cusp of some extraordinary technological change that can benefit and give us hope, which is so key. Anything you want to add before I throw this open to the floor?
You're the one who brought up geoengineering.
Okay,
so
keep going.
we have an extraordinary situation where we have many of the classical environmentalists, in particular what the Germans called the Grünen. They are really the conservatives today. They are the ones who want to stop the new ideas for geoengineering and new technologies. It's an extraordinary, fascinating situation, and that's where the debate will go. Are we, as humans, going to be able to take these hard decisions to start manipulating the climate, or will we accept the continued degradation the way it's doing right now? That's the big challenge for tomorrow.
What excites you? I mean, if you're talking about this practically, what do you want to see happen?
I think we should avoid getting too much regulations, because there's already now a lot of movements going on the international level trying to regulate this. Instead of spending money and efforts trying to regulate geoengineering, why don't we start doing it in the right way from the start? That would be more efficient.
The free market, yes.
Here we are touching a point which is dear to my heart. I really believe, I'm sorry, that we need some regulation. Well calibrated, well done, listening to the people who are the target of the regulation, the business, the local communities, whatever. But if you don't have rules, and I say it as a woman, then you only have strength, Macht, and power. So I really believe that we should be very careful, above all in Europe. Of course, I'm a former member of the European Parliament, so evil for many people. But I really believe that we should...
Were you there when J.D. Vance spoke to the...
No, I was... This is
Munich
the Munich stuff. I don't know why my small livre rouge is making... Yeah, I was in the room when J.D. Vance talked, and to be honest, the lesson he told us, patronizing in the name of free speech in a country where some words now are no more used on the websites of the federal government, come on.
Okay,
So what
I
I would
didn't mean to go there.
no, but if you but
rules,
yeah, no, but I don't. I was member of the European Parliament when we had to clean the markets because of the light touch regulation before. Okay, until 2008, markets were not regulated. Haha, great. What did we have? The great financial crisis and such a mess worldwide. So I just draw the attention of some people. I'm not saying we need to be over-regulated. I'm sure it's not what you have in mind. But we need to find the right balance. And once again, Europe is the continent where we consider that a rule-based order is better than an order where people who are simply having strength can impose their views on the others. Sorry, but it is what I believe, and I'm quite sure that many people in our societies believe that we need rules.
Yes, maybe if I can add on the geoengineering thing, I think we need to really rely on science before we try anything too dangerous. And today, as far as I know, we don't have enough science and enough data to assess what would be the results of geoengineering. So I think it's still very, very dangerous at this stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, who would like to throw their 2 cents in? There we go. David.
Thank you, Robert. I didn't know it was so close. My apologies. So thank you. I have a question that I had wanted to ask, but perhaps I can make a comment first from our experience.
Not too long, if you don't mind.
No, it'd be very short. With the IPBES framework, so what we see is any effort to maximize production of one service from nature has tended to degrade other systems. That's the main finding of the Nexus report, and that's very much the case with carbon sequestration. So before going into geoengineering or climate repair, we should perhaps not break the climate to begin with, because there's a lot of science that supports that too. And it's a global commons, so the right voices need to be in the room to make those decisions. My question, which was more around the finance, was I've heard, if I may make the question, is asking the financiers in the room or at the table. I hear a lot about the financial instruments that you have presented, which sound amazing. I don't understand a lot of it. Do you need hard data, or do you need firmer frameworks to really advance the case across the board on these frameworks? What's most limiting? Is it data or is it frameworks?
So I would say you need confidence in the expertise that can deploy the capital for the markets to really scale. So what I mean by that is oftentimes, as you just pointed out, ecosystems are complex, and you do one thing over here and you get an unintended consequence over there. Investors don't like that. They would like some sort of agreement amongst the science or the conservationist, if you're deploying it for conservation purposes, to tell you with at least some sort of rigor that what you're doing with that capital is going to achieve the desired outcome. So is that a data question? Is that an expertise question? You know, it's a bit of a nuanced answer, but I would say that is probably the single biggest thing that I see is if I'm going to give you this capital, I want to know if it's for a nature positive outcome, then I'm going to get the nature positive outcome, and I'm not going to have somebody say, whoops, I made a mistake, you know, with your money. So that would be my observation.
Yeah. I think I'm just going to try and get some also a sense from Pierre at the back just how many more questions I can take, because I can't hear him in my ear. But I'm going to take one more, just a sense of where we are. Who hasn't spoken yet? Wait, someone who has not
talked. Yeah, okay.
You've got just a lot of people enough. Here who
like
have not spoken. I'll get to you now.
Thank you, Rashid. My name is Chuck Fox, and I represent a group called Oceans 5. We are a funders collaborative made up of philanthropies from the United States and Europe, about 23 of them. And I can tell you pretty unequivocally that our total value for ocean conservation is at least flat and probably going down over the past 2 years, and the demands on our resources are going way up. Since 30 by 30 happened, I now have literally dozens of proposals asking for money to implement 30 by 30, which historically was stuff that was funded by the government and the public sector. I want to pick up on this regulatory issue and ask this question. We are investing in trying to influence the IMO to develop new fuel standards for shipping and to also come up with a funding proposal as to how they're going to do it. I certainly see this as the most important thing we could do to decarbonize shipping, as opposed to setting up some new fund to do it. And I'd just be curious to get the panel's reaction to that. Do regulatory mandates to drive change in something like the shipping sector make a big difference?
Who would like to pick that up?
Can take. So we've been working on the decarbonization of the shipping industry, and so there are lots of different technological solutions that we're exploring right now. On the fact of just imposing new regulation straight ahead, there could be some positive outcome, which is they don't have the choice, and then that helps basically fund all the projects to come up with e-fuels or biofuels needed for the industry. But the risk is if you go too fast and you cannot come up with the solution, then you can have a backlash. So that's why, I mean, regulation is good, it's needed, you need to have a direction, but you also need to be very careful not to go too fast, otherwise the technological solutions cannot come at the same pace. So, yeah, needs to do things slowly.
Excellent point. If I may, you have regulation and regulation. For example, one of the key regulations, in my opinion, is in Europe the CSRD that obliges companies to disclose, which gives the information to the investors, to to the financial sectors, to the insurance companies, etc. This type of regulation is absolutely key, not the prescription of what a company should do in its business, but the fact that you make it public, which, by the way, is not something that is outside the market economy. The principles of market economy, if you remember a little bit, one of the main principles should be transparency for the investors, for the consumers. So the disclosure rules are not just bureaucratic perversity, it is a way to make the market function better, because investors as well as consumers can act knowing where they put their money, where they, to whom they buy goods.
Just a small warning. I have the feeling that you're very much interested in introducing regulations all over the field. And of course, since you've been in the European Parliament, you have a lot of experience with introducing regulations. But if you really, I also understand that you're not very happy with what is happening in America. But if you really want to avoid having a Trump taking over European Parliament, then you should stop your regulations.
This is exactly the kind of argument I object, if I may. Because, no, but once again, you're perfectly right. Regulation is not everything, investment, technology, etc. But first of all, the Europeans are entitled to do things their own way, first. Second, I really believe that we should try to make a difference between what is over-regulation, which is not good, and what is needed to have a well-functioning and balanced market economy. And last point, I'm not sure that all the people who voted for the ones who are going to benefit massively from over-regulation will not one day cry that they put them in charge.
I think we could go on this discussion for hours, but I just want to illustrate my point. In the new German government, what is one of the first things they do? They start deregulating most of the stuff that was done in Europe. They do that because it's the only way to save their economy. And saving the German economy, that is saving the European economy.
Can I just offer one alternative, which is really quickly, just yes. There's regulation, but there's also, if we know what's worked in the past to really scale capital, if you want to drive outcomes, is incentives. When the US put tax incentives on solar, that is what created the entire solar industry. So if there were a way for us to think about incenting people rather than always thinking the other way about how do you put reins on people, you can also drive outcomes very, very quickly from the financial point of view.
And I've been asked, in the interests not of political harmony, but in the interests of efficiency and everything else, to continue this conversation later, I think, perhaps over a drink at the Novotel. Then you can all come. That might be interesting. But I am going to have to say thank you to our panel. I know that I have a number of people who did not get questions, but we still have another fireside chat to get through, as well as some very key points in terms of what to expect in the coming months. So I want to thank our very dynamic panel for their fantastic responses. Thank you. And waiting patiently over there is Angela Ella. Please join me in this non-fireside chat. Welcome, Angela. Angela, as you can read on your documentation, is the Deputy Director General of the World Trade Organization. And, oh, you can't hear me. That is not my, I wonder if someone, for some reason I'm not able to, okay, let's try this one. 1, 2, 1, 2. Can you hear me? I'm sure somebody's sorting things out at the back there. Hello? Do you want to try one of those?
Hello, hello. Hello?
Hello, hello. There we go. Hi. Let's see if this one works. 1, 2, 3. Does that work? I don't know. If not, we can share it.
Can you? Yes, I think.
We can. Okay, this is fabulous. So, hi. Thank you for your patience. I don't know if you can you hear me? Are you getting me loud and clear? Good. So, I want to talk about the agreement, the landmark agreement on fishery subsidies. We've heard a lot about subsidies, we've heard a lot about fisheries, we've heard a lot about agreements and non-agreements potentially too. Give me your update, please, on where we are, particularly to this audience.
Great. Well, thank you very much. And I'm very happy to give an update. This is the WTO's Fisheries Subsidies Agreement that was concluded in 2022 to prohibit the worst forms of fisheries subsidies. IUU fishing, illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing, as well as fishing on the unregulated high seas, and fishing and subsidies for overfished stocks. So these are the worst forms of fisheries subsidies. And the WTO agreement prohibits those. Now, in order for this agreement to enter into force, a very important step needs to happen. And that means out of our 166 members, 111, or 2/3, must deposit their instruments. They have to undertake their domestic ratification processes. Out of that 111, we have 94, so we have only 17 left. This is really imminent. But sometimes those last 17 are the hardest, so there's a lot of work to be done still. Our goal is to get this done by UNOC, which is, I think, for us, it would be a huge celebration if we can get this done. But we need everyone's help. I think most people in this room are from countries that have, in fact, deposited the instrument, but not everyone. And even for those who come from countries that have deposited, in my view, your work is not over. We all need to help convince other members to do the same thing. So the need is urgent. Fish stocks right now, about 38% at risk. It used to be much lower than that, and we see it growing every year. So the need is urgent.
And again, let's just talk through how important this is and why it's so absolutely necessary, particularly to get these last 17 on board.
Well, it's so necessary because of the continued and growing deterioration of fish stocks. We're at a tipping point. We're at a point where, unless we do something radical, we don't see the situation improving. And I know that there is a lot of information, a lot of brain power in this room, for example, relating to this. The Somalia studies, for example, that looks at subsidies. The amount of subsidies is a very important tool for us to have. And when we see these subsidies, what ends up happening is a distortion environmentally, but also it has an economic effect. To the conversation a few minutes ago about environmental and economic intersection, this is a great case study. And I would say if we can take the $20 billion that are spent annually on harmful subsidies and instead redeploy them for fisheries management in a sustainable manner, it would make a very meaningful difference.
So when should this kick in? When would results be online?
Well, we're hoping the agreement will enter into force by June, in time for UNOC. And at that point, the requirements of the agreement immediately take effect. And one other important element immediately takes effect, and that is our WTO Fisheries Fund. This is a fund, in fact, our fisheries fund manager is here, Jonathan Werner, over here, if you all haven't met him yet. This fund has a capital of 16 million, which doesn't sound like very much in the scheme of some of you around this room in terms of what you manage. But this is a very important tool because it leverages a lot of other forces, including the FAO, including the World Bank, as well as bilateral partnerships that our members have. So the donors to this fund are WTO members, including all of the European members. It includes Korea, Switzerland, many others, Japan. This fund will help developing members implement the agreement as well as to undertake fisheries management programs. So it's incredibly important, and this tool becomes live the day, I'm committing you to this, Jonathan, the day that the fisheries agreement enters into force.
Okay, it sounds like there's a fantastic plan. You just need these 17 laggards to get on board. What also, though, I think you heard the conversations around regulation, around subsidies. What about discipline? And the criticism that perhaps there isn't enough?
Well, that's the necessary element of this, is to make sure that the obligations are followed. And the WTO is an institution of rules. We set the economic rules for the road, and they're backed up by dispute settlement. But I think in this case, we're not looking for members to sue each other. I think what we're looking to do here is to build sustainable fisheries practices using the notification, the transparency, the interaction that members will have among them when this tool goes into effect, when this agreement enters into force. So it gives members the ability to challenge each other. All of a sudden there will be more transparency because members must notify to the WTO what their subsidies practices are. And their competitors will be looking hard at this. And it's a really important way, I think, to make sure that fisheries subsidies are disciplined, harmful fisheries subsidies. Let me clarify that we're not looking to eliminate fisheries subsidies, just the harmful ones, so that developing members can continue, that developed members can continue as well, as long as they're sustainable.
That's so interesting. And I am going to open this up to the floor because I'm assuming that there are a number of specifics that some experts would like to ask you. And we have a question right over there very early on. So the rest of you, get your questions ready in your pocket to follow up.
Thank you. Enric Sala, National Geographic, Pristine Seas. Angela, when the agreement comes in place, will that result in a ban of bottom trawling in marine protected areas since it's subsidized?
Will it involve a ban in bottom trawling? In bottom trawling in marine protected areas.
So what this involves, what this agreement addresses is particularly the subsidies themselves, not the practice, not the fishing practice. It doesn't ban IUU fishing. That's already banned. The WTO is a trade organization. So our hook here, so to speak, is to address the question of subsidies for harmful practices. So let's say the particular practices relating to fishing, which is defined in the agreement, those are the behaviors that would be regulated under the agreement.
Just to clarify, bottom trawling is subsidized, and bottom trawling is subsidized.
Yes.
So if it happens within protected areas, it's harmful subsidies for industrial activity in protected areas. Is that included?
Yes. Our focus is on the subsidy that creates the distortion, the subsidy that creates the incentive to fish in a way that you would not be able to fish except for the fact that there is a harmful subsidy that's been undertaken. So for example, particular types of fishing in the unregulated high seas, for example, or particular types of practices that are that just would not be profitable unless they were subsidized and have the effect of being harmful.
Good afternoon. This is Rémi Parmentier with the Varda Group again. A quick question, Angela. As someone who's been supporting the effort of the WTO for many years, as you know, I have a question. Would, according to WTO rules, would anything prevent certain countries, a group of countries, for example, to announce in Nice at UNOC that regardless of the status of the WTO agreement in terms of its entry into force or not in June, and also regardless of the second phase of negotiation, which is still pending, would anything prevent them from announcing in a sort of a plurilateral agreement that they will remove from their national budgets, for example in 2026, their own harmful subsidies as a voluntary measure? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for the question, and thanks for all the work that you have done on this particular issue. So there are many ways to address this problem. One is through the Fisheries Subsidies Agreement. Another is through domestic practices in which governments decide, maybe I'm going to stop this type of harmful subsidies practice. And so if members seek to jump the gun, so to speak, to decide on their own to voluntarily address this concern by giving up their subsidies, by perhaps not budgeting for it, that would be most welcome. Again, I want to emphasize that we're focusing on the harmful subsidies, not all subsidies. We want, in fact, to make sure that there are adequate financial tools to help governments fish sustainably. And sometimes a little help there is needed, either through our fish fund, perhaps through some of the organizations that are represented here. But yes, I think that if members were to accelerate their commitment, that would be most welcome.
Oui, merci. Monsieur le Nizet Olivier, donc président national du Comité national des pêches maritimes et des élevages marins de France. Moi, j'avais une question qui est, à mon avis, assez pertinente. C'est que quand on parle de subventions à la pêche... Ok, sorry. Ce sera mieux avec les écouteurs comme pour moi. Merci. Donc sur les subventions à la pêche toxique dont vous parlez, je pense que ce qui est toujours très important, hop là, ça ne marche pas. C'est bon ? Okay. Sur la question serait quand vous parlez de subventions toxiques à la pêche, je pense qu'il faut surtout bien spécifier que l'on parle d'entreprises non déclarées. Dommage. J'y arriverai pas, c'est ça? Il faut être patient. Est-ce que vous m'entendez? Ok. Non, je disais que ma question, elle est, quand on parle de subventions toxiques à la pêche, on parle de qui et de quoi? J'entends parler d'outils d'engins qui n'ont pas lieu d'être, parce qu'en fait, il n'y a pas de mauvais engins, il y a que des mauvaises pratiques, donc on mélange tout. Il n'y a pas de mauvais engins, j'entends parler du chalutage, monsieur. Ça ne veut pas. Si, ça y est, c'est reparti. Ce qu'il y a, c'est que quand on parle de chalutage, on parle aussi de drague à la coquille. Je vais poser une question à l'OMC, qui est comment se fait-il que l'OMC autorise encore que l'on mette coquille Saint-Jacques sur des labels, avec des labels souvent internationaux, qui ne sont pas de la coquille Saint-Jacques, mais qui sont de la pétoncle géante, qui est avec d'ailleurs qu'on gonfle avec des produits liquides pour pouvoir lui donner une valeur plus importante qu'elle n'a pas réellement. Donc ça, c'est un vrai sujet que vous pourriez saisir au sein de l'OMC, parce qu'aujourd'hui, beaucoup de pays l'ont ratifié à l'époque, sauf qu'elle a été complètement dévoyée, et aujourd'hui, le 3/4 de ce qui est vendu sur les marchés européens n'est pas de la coquille Saint-Jacques, mais de la pétanque importée, avec des coûts sociaux ridicules et un non-respect social d'ailleurs des personnes qui l'ont transformée. Sur la partie de la deuxième, si le micro veut bien, évidemment sur les subventions toxiques, il faut aller rechercher les entreprises dans des pays où derrière ils ne sont pas ni déclarés en termes d'entreprise, mais aussi derrière en termes social et économique. Très clairement, c'est là le sujet des subventions toxiques. Parce que à partir du moment où une entreprise elle est identifiée dans l'État, dans un État quel qu'il soit, et suivie par de la réglementation, il n'y a pas de sujet. Le vrai problème à haute mer, ce ne sera pas les subventions toxiques, ça va être le contrôle et la sanction que l'on voudra mettre après suite à la ratification de la BBNJ. Si derrière il n'y a pas de suivi et de contrôle, vous pourrez de toute manière, vous ne retrouverez jamais la pêche toxique en tant que telle, parce qu'il faut les rechercher à la source même de ceux qui ont les entreprises qu'on n'arrive pas à retrouver. Prenez quelques pays, la Chine, prenez quelques pays, allez-y, allez-y.
Thank you for the question. Let me explain a little bit about what these subsidies are. Give you some examples. These are set forth in the agreement. For example, if we have subsidies provided by a government on fuel, let's say, or subsidies to reduce the cost of fuel, or subsidies to build a new fishing fleet that perhaps is one, this is not bans on all construction, but bans that are simply not based on market reality. I'm sorry, I can't quite see your face, but I think you are having a reaction to that. Well, with the lights, I can't see your face. But I think you are reacting. So there are many different kinds of subsidies that governments provide to the private sector that just aren't based on a market situation. In other words, they would not be providing these subsidies for particular behaviors, subsidies that are related to particular behaviors. So if, for example, a country were to provide a grant or were to provide fuel subsidies that would allow, and they are used by a company to engage in IUU fishing. That is exactly what we're trying to ban, and I don't understand why anybody wouldn't want to ban that type of subsidy. So these are very specific types of things. It's all laid out in the agreement relating to the ability of a private company, let's say, or a government company to undertake these types of very harmful fishing activities. And I hope that gets your question.
Thank you for some very important work and for your time and for your effort and for your patience.
May I mention one more thing?
Absolutely.
Our work is not done after Fish 1. We have a second negotiation that's underway with respect to other harmful types of fisheries subsidies. We are very close, but we're not there. We still have a few members that aren't, that don't believe that the text is quite there yet. So Fish 1, yes, very important. We need to get this done, but then we have more work to do in terms of further negotiations.
And I'm getting a hand signal saying that we have one more person who wants to ask a question. So let's go for that one.
Is that me?
We can't see you with the light. If you want to move over just a little bit, just so that it's not... There we go. That's
Is that better? Yes, you can see my reaction. So yeah, thank you very much, and thanks for being here. And this is the kind of agreement that we've all been waiting for. And also not just thinking about how it affects the capture and the harmful subsidies, but also in the whole processing industry. I actually had two quick questions for you. One is related, you mentioned the fisheries fund. I'm wondering, because also, for example, if you take the other high seas, the BB&J agreement, and the establishment of a special fund, basically being able to take both mandatory and voluntary kind of contributions, especially from a lot of developing countries and also researchers in the Global South has really been calling for a harmonization of funds when it comes to access and benefit sharing. I don't know if that's something that the new fund has been thinking about, but because I think it also comes with a lot of legal challenges in order for the harmonization. It might sound easier than it does. So that was just some kind of thoughts on the access and benefit sharing. And if overall some discussions you've had of opening it up to other sources of funding. And the last question is about, I would say, when it gets ratified and actually enter into force. What is the mechanism, or is there some way that could be speeded up? We talked about different partnerships. So, for example, there's ratification toolkits that are being created, but like, how can you ensure that it's uptake within your member countries, if that makes sense, in order to kind of fast track it? Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the questions. The fund, as it's structured right now, is made of voluntary contributions from our WTO members, so economies within as WTO members. That's the way we're structured right now. We also have contributions from the FAO and from the World Bank in terms of their role in helping us manage and administer this fund and to carry out the grants that are part of the fund. So that's how it's structured right now, but it very much, I think, leverages the work that's done in other areas. I think one of the principal goals of the fund is not to duplicate work that's already been done, and not to throw money out in a way that doesn't take, but instead to find ways to really make a difference. So that's how the fund is structured for right now in terms of the programs. And the second question.
Oh, don't look at me.
It was on capacity building. So,
Yes.
for example, ratification for the uptake
Yes,
and the
yes,
key
yes.
partnerships.
So, yes, thank you. So it's very much related to the first question. So the fund is aimed at technical assistance and capacity building for developing members and for least developing members. It's a very specific function. And the reason why this fund was built into the agreement, there's actually language in the agreement itself to establish the fund, was because members realized that in order for the agreement to actually be meaningful and to actually improve with respect to fisheries management, there has to be technical assistance and capacity building. So we see that through the fund, through the types of grants that will be awarded under the fund, very much an emphasis on technical assistance and capacity building with respect to implementing the agreement as well as with respect to fisheries management. So it's two different types of activity. In the meantime, the WTO, the Secretariat, very much helps members in any way that they can, but to leverage the benefits of the fund, a developing member has to deposit its instrument. It has to be one of those 11 members in order to be eligible for the fund. So that creates, I think, a powerful incentive.
Angela, thank you very, very much. Thanks for those great questions from everybody. Appreciate it. Is there anything else you'd like to wrap up? That's good. Thank you. So Angela is the Deputy Director of the WTO, as you know, and I think you all probably need a coffee. I might need one too. Do you want a coffee? I think it's time for a coffee, and then we'll come back and we'll wrap up for all the rest of the day. So thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, hi. I don't know if you want to start moving towards your chairs and your tables again, just so we can get these final moments wrapped up. Hope you enjoyed your coffee and hopefully a little snack and a chat. So this is the last leg of our conversation. It's been a fantastic set of panels and guests. So I'm quite excited to also look ahead to what to expect in the coming months. And I'm going to we're going to get some briefings on 3 major international negotiations and conferences. And I do want to start off with the first, which is our Ocean Conference in Busan, which is in April. And I'd love to welcome Mr. Kim Sung-bom, the Deputy Minister for Marine Policy Office, Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries from the Republic of Korea. And he is the person in charge of organizing this One Ocean Conference. Please join us.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to extend my deepest gratitude to organizers to invite me and provide you with an update on our work in organizing our Ocean Conference. It's a great honor to be here with you today at the 16th edition of the Monaco Blue Initiative. So, without further ado, I'd like to introduce the organization of our Ocean Conference. As you may well, our Ocean Conference in the past practice organizes plenary sessions, side events, and Youth Leaders Summit. In the plenary sessions, we deal with 6 areas of interest, what we call the pillars. So that includes marine protected areas, marine pollution, climate change, sustainable fisheries, the blue economy, and maritime security. And the organization of the conference is the voluntary commitments made by the participants from the national government, international organizations, and NGOs, and the private sector. In addition to the plenary sessions, side events covering all the issues in more detail will be held in parallel to the plenary sessions. This year, we have received more than 250 applications. We have decided some 80 side events to be held in the 3 days. Finally, we will have the Youth Leadership Summit, where some 40 overseas participants will be in Busan, along with another 40 participants, domestic participants, to get together to engage dialogue. This is the normal practice of the our Ocean Conference. So I'd like to highlight some of the special elements of the conference that we are hosting this year. As this year, the event will mark the 10th anniversary of the conference. To celebrate its 10th anniversary, we are working on reviewing the achievements or implementation of the voluntary commitments that has been made over the decade. So our ocean conference has generated over 2,600 voluntary commitments worth approximately 140 billion US dollars. So my question is whether all those commitments have been implemented. So with the help of the Secretariat, namely the World Resources Institute, we are reviewing the status of the implementation of those voluntary commitments. So that outcome will be presented to the plenary sessions on April 29th in the opening segment of the event. The reason why we are focusing on the implementation is because, as I mentioned, our Ocean Conference encourages voluntary commitments. We do not have a political declaration. So, in order to advance the discussions in the conference, we need to make sure that the voluntary commitments are implemented. So, by celebrating its 10th anniversary, we have decided the slogan of the conference at this year is as our ocean, our action. So, as that implies, we are really wanting to focus on the implementation and action. We will share some best practices and success stories based on the report from those participating the organizations. Another special element of this year's event is that we are proposing the digital oceans as a special theme to the plenary sessions. It is a practice in this world that the hosting country is asked or allowed to propose one additional special theme to that event. So we have decided to discuss how digital technologies such as artificial intelligence, big data, and remote sensing can provide a breakthrough in tackling global challenges that we are facing now. So, in addition to the 6 pillars that I mentioned, that we will discuss digital technologies issues in the plenary sessions. And final element of this year's event is that we are hosting a special session on the shipping and shipbuilding issues. So we are hosting a Green Shipping and Shipbuilding Business Summit where we will invite private sectors, public sectors, shipping companies and shipbuilding companies to get together and discuss how we can green the businesses. We will discuss about the technologies and business models that we can work together towards greener shipping and shipbuilding businesses. These are the 3 elements that I want to highlight concerning the 10th Ocean Conference that will take place late April this year. So with that, we look forward to everyone in this room in Busan in a month's time. Thank you.
I think we have time for one question, if anybody would like to pose a question to you. Anybody got a... we can...
Everyone is excited to come to Busan.
Yeah, exactly. I think maybe the good thing is that you answered all the questions in your piece. So thank you very much. Thank you. I think we will move on. Thank you, sir.
So, once again,
that was very thorough. Thank you very much.
I look forward to everyone.
Thank you so much to Mr. Kim there. I feel like I want to come now too.
So the next one that we need an update on is our June 1 Ocean Science Congress. François Houllier, the President and Chief Executive Officer of IFREMA and co-chair of the One Ocean Science Congress, joins us now. So Mr. Houllier, thank you very much. Please take the podium.
So thank you very much and good afternoon. I'm very glad to have this opportunity to say a few words about the One Ocean Science Congress, which I'm co-chairing with Jean-Pierre Gattuso, who is present there at this table. You may raise your hand, Jean-Pierre. So this is a congress that is jointly organized by CNRS, to which Jean-Pierre belongs, and IFREMER, and which will take place from the 3rd of June to the 6th of June. The dates have been a bit changed since last year, but now it's okay. It will start on the 3rd morning. As clearly expressed by its title, One Ocean Science, this Congress stands at the crossroads of two common goods: science and the ocean. And I would like to underline something that was said earlier in the afternoon. These two common goods, they share two characteristics. They are essential for the population, they are essential for our societies, but also they are threatened. Not in the same way, but both are threatened. We all share that. The ocean is physically, biologically, ecologically threatened, at risk, but science is also at risk in this present situation. And it is threatened by a sort of political, societal backlash that was illustrated before. So I think I would like first to emphasize that we are organizing this on these two legs, science and ocean. Emphasizing the role of science, how can we protect the ocean if we don't measure sea level rise? If we don't understand why it's rising? If we don't measure its heat content? How can we protect the ocean if we don't know that deep sea harbors a large biodiversity? If we are not able to describe this biodiversity? If we don't understand the associated ecosystem services? And if we are not able to, for example, monitor the effects generated by marine protected areas? And how can we regulate fisheries? This was a topic earlier. If we don't gather hard data on fish populations and communities, or if we don't adapt the framework to the climate change. So we definitely need science, and I wanted to emphasize that now. We need science for policies, but we also need science for investment. I think this was illustrated earlier in the afternoon. How can we invest in the blue economy if we are not able to predict and measure the impact, either positive or negative, of the projects that are being funded? Let's take the example of marine carbon dioxide removal, which was mentioned earlier when we spoke about geoengineering. How can we invest in this approach without having a clear understanding of the benefits and of the risks and the impacts that are associated to these techniques? So the aim of our One Ocean Science Congress will be to provide a state-of-the-art evidence of what we know and what we don't know about the ocean. And we feel with Jean-Pierre that this will a good way to illustrate the key role of science. The Congress will have another particularity. It's not the biggest Ocean Science Congress forever. There have been earlier congresses that have been bigger. But this is the first time that we have a congress, scientific congress, held just ahead of a UN conference. It will be the first time that we will have a Science Congress, Ocean Science Congress, just ahead of the Blue Economy and Finance Forum, just ahead of a summit of coastal cities and regions that are threatened by sea level rise. So this is a very unique opportunity that we are having in early June. By the way, I would like to emphasize that we tried to do that in 2015. At that moment, I was chairing the National Institute for Agricultural Research. We tried to do that for COP21. But there was a 5 months gap between our Common Future and the Climate Change Conference that was organized at UNESCO headquarters and the COP that was organized later in December. So that somehow the link between the science and the political conference was not evident. So this time we have a very unique opportunity to bridge somehow science and policy, thanks to the organization of UNOC 3. So the aim of our Congress is to inform the UNOC and the two other special events which I just mentioned. It's also to affirm clearly the place of science and its ability also to interact with other knowledge systems, and somehow the aim is to create a momentum for ocean science. So where do we stand practically now? We have designed 10 themes that are consistent with the issues that are at stake and that will be at stake in the conversations and negotiations that will take place at the UNOC. These 10 themes are also consistent with multilateral negotiations. These themes are dealing with climate, and there is a link with the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement. They will deal with the protection of marine biodiversity in line with the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. They will deal, there is a theme about plastic pollution, which is in line with the negotiation of a global plastics treaty. There will be a theme on the decarbonization of shipping and the reduction of the environmental footprint of shipping, which is in line with the issues that are discussed in the International Maritime Organization. There will be a theme about seabed and deep sea, which is in line with what is being discussed at the International Seabed Authority. There are two themes that are cross-cutting. One is about the integration of various knowledge systems, including science, and the other is a theme which is, well, the development of vibrant science that can, on the long run, inform policymakers. By nature, these 10 themes are interdisciplinary. Natural science is welcome, social science are welcome, engineering sciences are welcome, digital sciences are also welcome at the One Ocean Science Congress. Other thing I would like to emphasize is that we, with Jean-Pierre, we established an international scientific committee which has been working quite hard in designing these 10 themes, also in designing the call for communications and for town halls. And we received about 1,400 proposals for communications. And so we had to assess these communications. We also received 148 town halls proposals. And so we also had to assess and select them, which was not that easy. We also have an organizing committee which came up with some great ideas. For example, I would like to mention one which is called ECOPS Insiders. We have established 9 teams of 2 people, which are multilingual early career ocean professionals that were selected to amplify in their mother tongue. And we selected the major languages in the world. They will be able to amplify the messages shared during the Congress. So more practically in terms of numbers, we already have 1,800 registered participants, if I'm right, Jean-Pierre. So I think we nearly got the target of 2,000. Due to some logistical problems, we will not go much higher. So for those who are not registered, it might be a bit difficult to join us. There will be 9 plenary keynote speeches, and there will be 500 communications and some 700 posters. There is also something which is a bit peculiar with this Congress. This is not only a scientific Congress. We want also to bridge, as I said, science and policy, science and action, science and decision, and science and society. So this is the reason for which we established round tables, and there are 33 round tables which have been selected out of the 148 that applied. So with that, I think that the message we would like to convey, Jean-Pierre and myself, is that well, we are ready. We still have facing some organizational issues and challenges, but I think conceptually speaking, everything is ready. So we will be very happy to welcome those of you who are registered in Nice on the 3rd of June. The program of the Congress will be published normally on Wednesday at last. Thank you so much.
Any last-minute questions? I think, again, a very comprehensive speech. Thank you very much. And our last speaker for this session will be about the UN Ocean Conference coming up in June. Obviously, this is the real big focus for France, so I'd like to welcome His Excellency Olivier Pavre d'Avour, the Special Envoy of the French President for the United Nations Ocean Conference. Your Excellency, thank you very much. Please join us up here. Thank you. Hello, hello.
Ah, my God. That's the end.
You made it.
Of the day. Good news for you, no? For everybody, I should say. But I would like to start by thanking so much the Principality of Monaco. It's like, a birthday. So every year you got friends and you celebrate your anniversary. There are sometimes different new people. There's a group of usual suspects who are for me very, very good friends of the ocean, but more clearly who probably will play a major role. I hope so. It's my address to you. Will play a major role. Major role. It's not making a speech. It's a major role for the next UN Ocean Conference in Nice, which will start, in fact, in Monaco. And now it's time for la leçon de français. So you will have to put your, if you don't speak French, which is pas grave, but now I will carry on in my language. We are from the local community group, the minority of some of them, and a few words in French to tell you exactly where we are and how you can help. And then when you come back at home tonight, you will have to work or not. You are not obliged, but you will not be invited to my next birthday ceremony if you don't work for the eunuch. Voilà, merci d'abord d'être là. Merci à Monaco, parce que tout a commencé... Pardon, tout a commencé il y a 100 ans. Et je ne suis pas fasciné par l'histoire des familles, mais quand même, celle-là, c'est pas mal. Quand Albert Ier, et je reviens de l'Organisation hydrographique internationale, où on voit les premiers relevés hydrographiques qui ont été faits dès 1904 par des Allemands et des Français ensemble, 10 ans avant qu'on se tape dessus. Et l'intuition d'Albert Ier, qui consiste à dire il faut connaître l'océan, elle est toujours là, à Monaco, 100 ans après, et c'est celle-là qui nous habite aujourd'hui. Simplement, en 100 ans, on n'a pas beaucoup avancé. Et en 20 ans ou en 10 ans, grâce à plein de gens formidables, souvent des Américains. Je pense à Starlink, par exemple. On a beaucoup avancé pour le spatial, beaucoup. Et on connaît bien la Lune, on connaît bien Mars, on connaît, moi qui suis ambassadeur des pôles, maintenant c'est facile d'aller passer un mois en Antarctique. On n'est pas coupé du monde, loin de là. Et donc, avec nos à peine 20% de fonds marins connus, avec le peu d'argent dont disposent les centres océanographiques du monde entier, ou avec de l'argent parfois, heureusement, apporté par des mécènes et des philanthropes, et notamment, je pense que ce qui se passe aux États-Unis avec Woods ou Scripsol est un exemple qui, évidemment, est loin des nôtres, mais on a des exemples d'engagement de pays. On a des exemples, si vous pouvez éteindre mon téléphone, voilà, c'est les cigales. Voilà, merci beaucoup. Merci. Merci. On a des engagements de pays, on a des engagements de chefs d'entreprise, on a des engagements de scientifiques, et ils sont pour beaucoup ici. Alors on est à exactement 80 jours de l'UNOC. Il y aura des réunions importantes après, évidemment, mais celle-ci, elle nous tient à cœur parce qu'elle est en Méditerranée, donc on est ici, dans un espace qui nous est cher, parce que ça va être la première conférence des Nations Unies et ça va être un grand ode au multilatéralisme, première conférence des Nations Unies après l'élection américaine. Donc c'est toujours intéressant de voir comment le monde est au rendez-vous d'une grande célébration de ce multilatéralisme auquel on est tous attachés, hein, quelles que soient les nationalités évidemment. Et nous allons adresser plusieurs sujets importants. Le premier, il est très simple, et si vous revenez dans vos pays et si vous avez la possibilité de dire que quand même avoir 60 ratifications, c'est pas très compliqué, qu'il faut se dépêcher. Et je voudrais saluer par exemple le travail que la Corée a fait, parce que j'entends tous les jours des représentants européens, pour ne pas les citer par exemple nos excellents amis allemands. Bon, je comprends qu'ils ont eu un changement politique, mais vous avez eu aussi des changements politiques en Corée. Nous avons eu aussi des changements politiques et nous avons pu ratifier. Alors, il n'y a pas de bonne excuse pour ne pas ratifier, pour ne pas avoir ces 60 ratifications, ou 61. À partir de là, la belle histoire commence. Et Monaco a ratifié, évidemment. La belle histoire commence parce que nous aurons enfin un instrument digne de ce nom pour faire avancer les choses. Où nous en sommes, moi, c'est que je peux vous faire mon témoignage personnel, c'est que l'UNOX, c'est une formidable invention qui a été faite par Peter Thompson, qui est un formidable envoyé spécial des Nations Unies, mais c'est un machin très compliqué et qui ne sert pas à grand-chose, parce que ce n'est pas contraignant, parce qu'on est en train d'écrire en ce moment une déclaration politique qui, évidemment, sera ce qu'elles sont, parce que c'est par consensus, et c'est avant même que les chefs d'État et de gouvernement se sont vus. Donc, si on veut être sérieux, il nous faut ce que le climat et la biodiversité ont. Il nous faut une conférence des parties. Et la première COP Océan, sur la haute mer, mais ce n'est pas négligeable la haute mer, parce que ce n'est pas demain qu'on va avoir des COP sur les zones exclusives économiques. Chacun voudra continuer à jardiner ou à chaluter dans son jardin. Mais par contre, le jardin commun, le parc naturel mondial qui est la haute mer, nous avons un traité qui dit que nous sommes prêts à partager des ressources ensemble. C'est pas rien, quand même, c'est ambitieux, 60% de la mer, et que donc il faut se mettre au travail. Donc la COP number 1, la première COP, elle peut se tenir où vous voulez, à Monaco, n'importe où, mais elle peut se tenir avant la fin 2026. Et là, ça va changer les choses, parce que nous aurons enfin des instruments contraignants. Nous n'aurons plus les blue. Pardon, mais je suis allé à nombreuses conférences en France, aux États-Unis, nombreuses conférences hors-océanes, où à chaque fois, mais il y a des billions de dollars qui tombent. Mais vraiment, il n'y a pas un seul poisson qui se souvient d'avoir été sauvé par les billions de dollars qui sont annoncés. Pas un seul poisson. Donc, franchement, il est temps d'agir modestement ou de manière ambitieuse. Alors, c'est quoi la modestie? La modestie, c'est de ratifier ce traité très important, mais je sais qu'Angela y travaille beaucoup et que c'est possible d'avoir cette ratification à l'OMC du traité sur la pêche illégale et illicite. C'est très important. Si on obtient ça, c'est une vraie victoire et on pourra vous remercier du travail que vous avez fait. C'est d'avoir la ratification de l'accord du Cap. L'accord du Cap, vous savez ce que c'est. Il suffit que l'Indonésie, et là on est le président de la République va appeler son homologue la semaine prochaine, il suffit que l'Indonésie dise oui, c'est bon, on aura le nombre de navires pour ratifier l'accord du Cap. Donc je pense que tout ce qui est pêche illégale, illicite, voire surpêche, un jour, ça sera derrière nous. Un jour. Il y a par contre des sujets évidemment plus complexes, tous ceux qui sont liés au changement climatique et à l'élévation du niveau de la mer. Mais il est clair qu'on ne va pas arrêter l'élévation du niveau de la mer, donc il faut s'adapter. Et ce qui va être proposé à Nice le 7 juin, avec cette coalition des villes et des régions, permettra d'aborder le problème de manière très concrète, très pratique. Comment s'adapter, comment financer l'adaptation, comment comparer nos modèles d'adaptation, que ce soit de Jakarta à New York en passant par les Maldives ou Dakar. Voilà un sujet qui est celui du changement climatique, mais sur lequel nous pourrons apporter des réponses, je pense, à Nice. Nous pourrons évidemment en apporter dans le domaine scientifique. Tu l'as dit, François, cette conférence, elle est construite sur la science. Il n'y a que ça qui est intéressant. Le reste, la politique, c'est de la politique. L'économie, c'est du fric. Mais il y a la bonne politique et il y a du bon fric. Et pour que ça soit du bon fric et la bonne politique, il faut qu'il y ait de la bonne science. Il faut qu'il y ait des moyens pour la science. Et je crois qu'avec ce que nous faisons, à savoir ce sommet scientifique, mais surtout aussi d'autres propositions, comme le jumeau numérique de l'océan, le premier baromètre de la santé de l'océan, qui s'appelle Starfish. Et Starfish va, tous les 8 juin de chaque année, nous donner, vous donner, avec 5 chiffres magiques. On va essayer de les avoir vraiment, ces chiffres magiques, pas vous décevoir, va vous donner l'état, un baromètre de l'état de la santé de l'océan. Sur beaucoup de sujets de ce type-là, je pense que la science va apporter énormément aux leaders. Les leaders, ils vont être là. Aujourd'hui, on a 65 chefs d'État et de gouvernement qui sont présents. Il faut qu'il y en ait d'autres qui viennent. Donc c'est pareil, quand vous voyez vos chefs d'État et de gouvernement, dites-leur, n'envoyez pas les ministres, ça ne sert à rien les ministres, ça passe, ça vient. Les ambassadeurs, ça ne sert à rien du tout. Mais par contre, les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, c'est élu, et donc ça doit prouver que ça avance. Donc faites venir ces chefs d'État et de gouvernement, mais ils sont déjà là, ici. Rien qu'à Monaco, pour le Blue Economy and Finance Forum, grâce au Prince Albert, nombreux d'entre eux sont là, le président Lula sera là, j'espère le Premier ministre chinois, et beaucoup de grands dirigeants de la planète qui se décideront probablement 15 jours avant, mais vous verrez, ils seront autour de la table. Il faut en profiter pour faire avancer plein de sujets à l'échelle internationale, ces grands traités universels dont j'ai parlé, à l'échelle régionale aussi. Je pense que l'Afrique a besoin véritablement qu'un leadership lui permette d'être cette Afrique bleue avec les ressources qui lui sont promises. Et ce qui a été fait à Tanger avec le Blue Africa Summit, ce qui sera fait lors du sommet Afrique que le président va réunir avec le Maroc à haut niveau de président, sera un moment important, le 9 juin. Ce qui sera fait sur la Méditerranée et le Golfe, avec les chefs d'État de cette région, sur la connectivité maritime, sera aussi évidemment important. Et puis, il y a chaque engagement que chaque pays fera. Alors ici, il y a un garçon qui s'appelle Henrik Sala. Ne lui donnez pas votre numéro de téléphone. Il va vous appeler tous les jours, pour vous dire il faut que ton pays, ou il faut que le pays de l'autre annonce plus d'aires marines protégées. Le problème, c'est qu'il a raison. Et qu'on va faire, nous, ce qu'on peut au niveau français, mais il faut que les autres fassent aussi. Il faut évidemment que ces aires marines protégées, et Olivier Delezay le sait bien ici, qui était ici présent, soient compréhensibles pour le grand public, c'est-à-dire qu'elles soient à l'abri de dommages irréversibles qui seraient provoqués par des engins industriels qui, souvent mis de manière un peu dramatique en avant de la scène, pourraient détruire le monde. Mais non, le monde ne va pas être détruit la semaine prochaine. Mais le monde peut être reconstruit en partie, petit morceau par petit morceau, morceau de mangrove par morceau de mangrove, le 7 et 8 juin, dans ce sommet qui va se tenir ici, à partir du 7 juin sur le sommet des villes et des régions face à l'élévation de la mer, et enfin à partir du 9 au 13, là ça va être des discussions sérieuses, et je pense que le vendredi 13, qui est toujours un jour qui porte chance, comme vous le savez, les accords de Nice pour l'océan, je l'espère en tout cas, c'est ce que le président de la République présentera le 31 mars lors de SOS Océan à Paris, en répondant à un appel de personnalité. J'espère que ce que nous offrirons à nous-mêmes, la communauté internationale, ces accords de Nice pour l'océan, seront à la hauteur de peut-être ce que les accords de Paris ont pu l'être pour le climat, mais seront surtout la première pierre vers cet instrument qui nous permettra de nous réunir de manière formelle, officielle, politique, forte, avec cette première COP Océan dont je souhaite vraiment qu'elle puisse se tenir avant la fin 2026, c'est-à-dire presque demain, quelques jours après que la prochaine Blue Initiative de Monaco se soit réunie. Je terminerai en vous disant à chacun d'entre vous, je vois Iliana Said qui travaille sur ce sujet chaque jour un peu plus, vous êtes tous des ambassadeurs de la cause, mais surtout vous êtes des acteurs de la cause. Et c'est vrai que ces discours sont vraiment fatigants sur l'importance de l'économie bleue durable. Il faut vraiment donner non pas seulement des chiffres, mais faire que ça profite aux individus, à tous les individus, pas uniquement aux riches, mais à ces milliards de gens qui vivent au bord de la mer, qui vont continuer à vivre au bord de la mer et qui ont besoin de tirer et de comprendre pourquoi à Monaco, des gens intelligents que nous sommes se réunissent avec les privilèges qui sont les nôtres, mais pourquoi nous ne sommes pas uniquement une assemblée de la haute pensée mondiale sur les affaires globales, mais véritablement des artisans modestes d'un monde meilleur grâce à l'océan. Je vous remercie. No, sorry. No, no, it's up to you.
Yeah. Would you like to open the floor? Would anybody like to follow up with a question?
Hello, I'm Enrico Toia. I'm the president of an Elaphonics Eco, an association in Greek island. My question is, do you believe that lionfish invasion in the Mediterranean Sea could have a space in your very interesting place in Nice? Here's a question.
My God, yes, we will address this issue probably during one of the panel 2, which will take place on Monday, Monday afternoon, which is about fisheries and what can we do with the main Mediterranean states around the table, and probably with some fishermen as well to see how we can perhaps transform what is a catastrophe, as some of the invasive species have been in a good resource. So we will see what we can do. But you have to work. It's easy to ask. Please do help us, and we will deliver. Okay? Thank you. J'ai toujours pensé que ce qu'on dit à la fin d'une très longue journée n'appelle plus aucune question, tellement les gens ont envie de rentrer chez eux. Je ne prends pas ça mal, hein, je ne prends pas ça pour un manque d'intérêt, mais je pense que personne ne demande rien. Tout le monde est d'accord. On commencera la conférence le 9 juin par des AK, d'un groupe de Néo-Zélandais qui va nous donner chaque jour l'énergie nécessaire pour challenger. Oui, moi, le AK, je ne suis pas spécialiste, mais je vous encourage à vous préparer pour pousser des cris qui vont transformer le monde. Voilà.
And without further ado, I'm going to welcome up to the stage Robert Calcaneur and Olivia Wendon. Of course, both of them who I've described as the captains of the ship. I think we're now coming into the harbour. You can come and give a closing address, please, and thanks very much to the two men who've worked so hard in today's events.
So now we dance the Aka. Dear friends, now we have come to the end. It's always difficult to speak after Olivier Poivre d'Arvor is such a strong leader and speaker. So my role is a little bit more classical. And first of all, I would like to thank all the speakers and moderators and experts here present in the room for your time and for your commitment. Of course, I want to address a special thank you to Rolex. And Rolex is represented today by Miss Katerina Boitani. No, but because today we were looking for billions, but also for organizing this kind of conference, we need thousands. And the thousands are important, or hundreds of thousands. And thank you very much, Rolex, because they are clearly supporting us every year since a long time, maybe 16 years already. So this is a really strong and sustainable commitment. And yes, we can thank Rolex and Katerina. So now I feel, my feelings, I'm not really objective, but I feel that this 16th edition of the Monaco Blue Initiative is a resounding success. Not only because we are always happy to celebrate our birthday or wedding anniversary together, but because we did very clear and strong work. And in fact, in preparing this edition, we, Olivier, myself, Bernard, and the Prince, most important of all, we make a very clear choice. It is to focus on one single theme, the blue economy and the blue finance, and to prepare, under the chairmanship of Iliana and Pascal, the next Blue Economy and Finance Forum, which will happen in Monaco on the 7th and 8th of June. Now, I'm sure everyone remembers the date. I think about 10 or 12 of us mentioned that date. This choice helps us to make clear progress in understanding how to transition from a non-sustainable marine economy to a blue regenerative economy. How science can more effectively get public and private decision makers. And we had a really good discussion with Frédéric and Sylvie and Marisa. And we need to listen to science, but science need to listen to decision maker. And maybe we need to have science a little bit more focused on bringing solutions, and this is important too. So we have to find the midway between Sylvie and Frédéric on that point, between unregulation and regulation also. So our task responsibility are immense, and you may think that we are in 2025, but when we consider ocean economy, clearly we are still at the Neolithic age, and we are hunters, we are gatherers, we are a little bit breeders, but we are not farmers. We did not develop technology, we did not develop innovation, and we need to move to a new age, a new nature-based, nature solution age. This is important, and we need to do that. And this transformation won't just help sustain ocean health, it will allow our ocean to regenerate and recover the vitality they once had. Now, the question is, how long time do we have to make that transition? And I would like to ask 1 or 2 years, but we have to be realistic. I think we need at least to work for the next 10 years to drive that transition, and we need sustainability. The government may change, the head of state may change, hopefully not in Monaco, but we will continue to work in that direction. So the journey is long, but the next important step is the Blue Economy and Finance Forum here in Monaco. And clearly, I want to invite, Olivier and myself, we want to invite everyone here in the room, not only to attend, but also to work, of course, during the forum, but most importantly, to prepare that forum with us, and in the next 10 weeks, to think, to prepare ideas, to mention innovation, to mention financing source. Iliana is gathering an innovation hub, and you need even more ideas, stronger solution. So the Blue Economy and Finance and the oceanographic teams and the foundation's teams here present in the room are ready to listen to you and to your ideas and to help turn them into clear, actionable decisions. Now, I am also the realistic. The BEF need to do a strong, a big step forward, but it won't solve everything. And we need to create a strong impetus, and I hope that after this BEF, we will have BEF number 2, BEF number 3, and that we will continue for the year, maybe every year, to gather together and to find solution and financing. So now, before going the floor to Olivier, I want to conclude by expressing my warmest, my most sincere thanks to all of the teams who made this event possible, and in particular, the Monaco Blue Initiative Executive Secretariat, represented by Nathalie Villette from the Foundation. And Pierre Gilles, everyone knows Pierre Gilles. Now, keep some applause, because you need also to cheer the Monaco Blue Initiative Steering Committee under the leadership of Bernard. Bernard was need to go on. And finally, I want also to thank the new generation, the students at Sciences Po Menton. They are here at the back here. Say hello. And so they listen to our discussion, and they will help to finalize the minutes of the meeting, and this is important. Thank you for your hard work, because in 20, 30 years you will be here in the room and we will be somewhere else, I don't know where. At this point, I thank you, everybody of you, and I would like to hand over to Olivier Van Den from the Foundation.
Thank you very much, Robert, and I can only join you in thanking deeply, sincerely, our main sponsor, Rolex, for the long-lasting support, all our speakers and partners, including a big, heartfelt thanks to the amazing teams at the Oceanographic Institute, at the Prince Albert II of Monaco Foundation, our translators as well. Thank you so much for your help today, and technicians, thank you all. So thank you as well for your engagement in this Monaco Blue Initiative, your participation, but above all, your ideas were making the difference as we move forward to the highly expected Blue Economy and Finance Forum. That was for the good news. Now, let's be honest, we have a massive problem to solve, though. We all know how important the global ocean is for our economies, for our cities, for international trade, for food security, for medicine, for our planet's climate balance, and even for our daily life. And we are too much used to talking about the risks and the opportunities, and some, I have to say, still love to talk about them today. What we need is no more talk, is definitely a need for real-world solutions and action, smart action. That's why we're here. And that's why the MBI is something that matters, and that's why the BEF is a one-off opportunity to achieve tangible results. And I do hope that maybe we won't need to go back annually on this matter, because we will have succeeded in bringing to the table the right results and objectives for the years to come. So the blue economy is definitely a proper powerhouse. It's not a sector of the economy to be just considered by philanthropy. That's something that we clearly stated today. It is the economy, full stop, not a sector. It is our own economy, global economy. So our duty is to convince the private sector that it is an investable market with economic opportunities, financial returns, and positive impact on our marine ecosystems. And when backed by science, business has the power to drive real change through innovation, through investment, through solutions that are as ambitious as the challenges we face. That's the spirit behind the BEF, which is perfectly aligned actually with the vision of the Foundation of His Serene Highness Prince Albert when defining what is the new blue economy in our mind. And I will just conclude by summarizing this spirit. First, the new blue economy is one that finds efficiency in aquaculture, in fisheries, in shipping, in order to create lasting supply chains that have minimal impact on marine ecosystems. Second, The new blue economy is one that protects ecosystems and communities whilst upgrading coastal oceanic infrastructure to mitigate even growing risks. And finally, the new blue economy is one that innovates to find the many solutions necessary to solve the crisis of plastic waste pollution, from recycling to substitute to smarter waste management and recovery. Because the blue economy isn't just a political investment. It is a deep movement that is only starting and that will hopefully be the next chapter of our global economic success. So thanks once again for your participation, and I look very much forward to welcoming you again in Monaco on June 7 and 8. Wonderful evening. And thank you so much to our amazing Master of Ceremony.
Very much, gentlemen, and I just have one or two more thanks that I know that the MBI Organising Committee wanted to reach out to you, just so that you know that all of these sessions today were covered by the IISD, which is the International Institute for Sustainable Development Reporting. So you'll be able to get all these reports. You'll also be able to get session summaries on the MBI website as well. That'll happen in the next few days. Again, I think to reiterate, thank you to Rolex, and also Sciences Po, and also let's not forget the Edinburgh Ocean Leaders Programme for their partnership. We once again had the pleasure of having ocean leaders actively involved in this year's conversation. With that in mind, I'm also going to say thank you. I'll be back here in June, so thank you very much. It's been wonderful meeting you all. See you again in the next few months. And you too.